Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. I thought you were entertained. This was actually to break the ice, to set you in the mood and charge us up. Were you entertained? You were. All right, that is good to know. Good morning and welcome once again. My name is Kimberly Wachuku. I'm a broadcast journalist with Nigeria Info FM. We love to talk where I work, and I'm honored to be the moderator and compare for the 2025 Indaba. This is a place for you to put your hands together. Another opportunity to have amazing conversation around mining, its impact, particularly on the sub-regional level, the West African region. We know that when it comes to this resource that we have in this part of the world, it can come with tremendous opportunity and wealth, and it can come with its own challenges also. Be cooperation of the national, and that's why we're having these conversations to talk with host communities, stakeholders, traditional rulers, and every single person to sing how here. And I welcome every one of you from the different parts of the region that you are from to the capital of Abuja for the 2025 edition of the program. Please put your hands together for yourself. Just before we get right into it, I would just want to acknowledge some of the people that we have seated here, and I'm quite aware that a good number of our invited guests are still in Onga. They're still giving talks on the global level, but some of them have their representative here, and we're happy that that happened. But we welcome every single one of you, and particularly the host today, which is Global Rights Nigeria. And I know the executive director will join us at some point. We thank them for putting this program together. Just want to also recognize that we would have representative of the Honorable Minister of Solid Mineral who will join us here, and also a representative of the Honorable Minister of Water Resources will be here. We'll also have a representative of the Ministry of Education, Environment, I beg your pardon, will be here with us also. I will acknowledge as they get here and as their names are presented. But let's also recognize Dr. Temitope Olaifa, who is the co-chair, Federation of Nigerian Mining Host Community. I want to believe he's here. Oh, ma'am, you're welcome. Looking delectable, I must say. We have Alhaji Habibu Abubakar Wushishi, co-chair, Federation of Nigerian Mining Host Community. I hope I'm not blocking your view, sir. Thank you very much. And we have Dr. Oji Ogbonnaya Oji, Executive Secretary, CEO, Nigeria Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative for NATI. Dr. Oji will be our keynote speaker. Please put your hands together for him, even if he's not here yet. Dr. Tony Ojukwu, Executive Secretary, National Human Rights Commission, is also expected to be here. And we have the representative of the Director General, Nigerian Raw Material Resource and Development Council. Please appreciate him. And then representative of the Chairman, Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, also here. We have representative of the Director General of the National Environmental Standard and Regulation Enforcement Agency, NESRA, to be represented here. Honorable Gaza Wefui, who is the Chairman, House of Representative Committee on Solid Minerals, will be represented by the Senior Special Assistant. Please appreciate. We have Bedit Thompson, who is the Second Secretary, Political, Australian High Commission, here with us this morning. And Winifred Achuebusom, who is the Program Manager, CEO and Youth, EU delegation to Nigeria and the ECOWAS. We also have Sanusi Isa, Director, Amnesty International, Nigeria. His Royal Highness Eze Cosmas Ago, the Eze of Oposi in Ebonyi State. Our Royal Highness, sir, you're welcome. Oba Abdulaziz Akinde, I hope I called that right, Oloja Ekun of Igbesha of Awori land. You're welcome, sir. Alhaji Khalid Usman Serikin Abuni. Okay, will be joining us pretty soon. His Royal Highness Oba Omololu Afilaka, the Alatori of Alatori Jesha. You're welcome, sir. Gabo, the Emir of Gashaka. Yeah. His Royal Highness Kader Ibrahim Bello. Please appreciate, even though it's an assumption. His Royal Highness Kilang Mela Kojen Tangali, the Mai Komta. You're welcome, sir. We have Alhaji Mohammed Hassan Bahago, who is the Yeriman Mina, also expected to be here. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'll read out more names, and just so you know, every single one of us is highly welcome to this occasion. And if you don't mind, please, let's just rise for the national anthem. National, please. All right, we'll give 30 seconds and the national anthem doesn't come up, I guess we'd have to recite it. Okay, can we just recite the national anthem?
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians own and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build that is oppressed and empty.
Thank you very much. You may all be seated. To welcome us properly with a welcome address, please let's put our hands together for Dr. Temitokbe Olaifa, and would have Alhaji Habibu Abubakar Wushishi, co-founders, Federation of Nigerian Mining Host Communities, Co-chair. I beg your pardon. Co-chair. I hope that is corrected. The co-chairs, Federation of Nigerian Mining Host Communities, to give us the welcome address. So we'll start off with Dr. Temitope. 2 minutes, please. We actually have a timer. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. You are welcome to this occasion. We are glad to have you here, as we do every year. It seems the hall is still a bit sparsely populated, but I'm sure as we begin, everyone will come and join. It's usually a heavily populated. And welcome here from all the corners of West Africa, Ghana. Okay, let me say from Ghana to Mauritania. I know that sometimes you have people from other parts of Africa, and the last edition had somebody coming from Uganda. I know this will not be an exception. I believe everybody will soon gather here. Why are we gathering here today? We have gathered to appraise one of the very important codes on mining. It's an African thing. It is a regional thing. The FPIC. It is called Free Hello, are you listening? Okay. Free and, oh, please remind me. Free, prior, informed consent. Free, prior, informed consent. Why do we need this? We need it to let the host communities, the mining host communities, have a voice in what concerns them intimately. So that the host communities will not be onlookers in issues that concern them intimately. Free, prior, informed consent, FPIC, is supposed to make traditional rulers, the people in the communities, their chiefs, and everybody come together with miners, governments, and all other prospectors of mining minerals in their area. We have seen that a lot of challenges have confronted the implementation of FPIC at different levels. And these are what we are here gathered to see how we are going to do it. To let the sufferings of the host community, mining host communities abate. To let them have a say in what concerns them. And also to let them have a bite of what is being produced on their land. These are issues. You will discover that there are so many conflicts arising from this due to lack of information. Most of the time when we gather here, there is nobody to take this information back to our people. And so they are there, not knowing what to do when miners come calling. These are issues that we are going to discuss next 3 days. So I welcome you here again. Please Feel free to ask questions, interact with people, and let us have a very robust discussion that will bring very effective and deliberations and resolutions we'll have to take back home. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank yes, effective.
What is it now?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you are all welcome. Please permit me to stand on the already well-established protocol. We are again gathered this year for yet another important gathering, which we refer to as Indaba. It is a meeting where we are going to, for the next 3 days, share experiences, discuss, and look for a path towards which we are going to have a very safe and reliable mining in Nigeria. Before our arrival here last week, sorry, I've been asked to stop. Probably they are fixing something, so kindly bear with me, please. Oh, okay, no problem. So let me just say this.
We apologize for that. I don't know. My voice is big, so I'm sure I can carry to the end of the hall. But we're just dealing with a tiny technical glitch. Once the mic comes up, we'll call on our co-chair to come give us his own welcome address here.
West African Indaba, which of course is the fifth of the series we have had before now. In the next 3 days, we are going to discuss, share experiences, and of course, plan a path towards which we are going to have a very robust, reliable, and safe mining in Nigeria. This year's Indaba has a theme, contextualizing green mining within the free, prior, and informed consent. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we sit here today and discuss, and of course for the next 3 days we are going to keep on discussing, I want to draw your mind to the fact that about last week we received an information that the federal government has issued a deadline of 31st of December, which mining companies who refuse to sign community development agreements, licenses are going to be revoked. This is because out of about 74 new mineral titles issued, only about 24 of them signed agreements with the communities. I think those who signed the agreements are even lucky, because as it is, artisanal mining has become a very serious menace in our communities. Whether we like it here or not, all of us belong to communities. I would want us to please discuss seriously towards seeing how we can curb the menace of artisanal mining. This is because that type of miners are everywhere degrading, polluting, and of course bringing serious security threats to our communities, particularly in the north region of this country. Today, we have people or students who have dropped out of school because of this kind of mining. We have broken homes. We have unwanted pregnancies all over as a result of this. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have 2 minutes to which I am supposed to welcome you, and I would want us to please listen, ask questions, and of course, proffer solution towards how we can effectively curb the menace of artisanal mining and any other issues that is part of the mining in Nigeria. This is because Nigeria is losing a lot of revenue and few individuals are making huge money out of this mining sector. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, sir, for that. And just before we get to the next line on our agenda, just to remind you of some security protocol here, that all participants should be prepared, properly accredited, I beg your pardon, and accreditation card properly displayed so that you know that you are part of us here. And then try to recognize those around you, just in case you're keeping your phones and your bags in a place. Remember not to leave your laptops and your handbags in your vehicle. You've been advised. Take good care of your valuables, especially your bags, your laptops, your computers, phones, etc. These are some of the items targeted by criminals. Some people might come in here and not part of the program, so please be mindful of that, particularly when we go on lunch break, tea breaks, and the other breaks in between. The hotel will not be held liable for any loss of the above item. And then they also want you to know that prayer ground is at the extreme right end of the car park if you're looking to go for prayers a little later. In case of emergency, you're expected to dial 05000 9000 on landline for assistance or use the exit door for escape. Smoking point is at the car park. Muster point is at the pool car park area. Male and female restrooms are the entrance of the halls. In case of emergency, there's a directional sign at the back of the door in all guest rooms. So that's for your information. Now that we've noted all of that, let's get to hear from the Executive Director of Global Right, Abiodun Bayo. Should be setting the scene, actually, looking at the intersection of green mining and the right to free, prior, and informed consent, which is the theme for the 2025 Indaba.
Good morning.
She'll be joining us virtually. All right, so please let's look to our screen.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, great. I know the people online can hear me, but can the people in the room hear me?
Okay, I can still see myself on the screen, and I'm not Abiodun, just so you know, but she'll be joining us in a bit.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Okay, all right, great. She's here.
Okay, great. And I apologize for that technical
We're having poor sound
you hear
quality.
me?
Please, let's address that.
Let me know once you can hear me.
Madam Abi, if you can hear me, we're sorting out the sound from our end, so just give us a second to sort that out.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Sound still persists. We might have to move things along until we can sort the mic of the executive director.
Okay, that's fine. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, fantastic. That is great. Well, good morning, everyone. This is one of the worst ways to join people that I deeply care about. And I I'm so crushed that I cannot be physically in the room today. But let me stand on all existing protocol. And as much as I want to stand on all existing protocol, I'd like to welcome particularly Dr. Temitope Olaifa, the co-chair of the Federation of Nigerian Mining Host Communities, Alhaji Abubakar Wushishi, Abibu Abubakar Wushishi, the representative of the Honorable Minister of Mines and Steel Development, Honorable Minister of Solid Minerals, my dear Dr. Oji, who is not yet in the room, representative of the Minister of Water Resources, Dr. Tony Ojukwu, the Executive Secretary of the National Human Rights Commission, representative of the Honorable Minister of Environment, representative of the Director General of the Raw Materials Development Council, representative of the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission, representative of the Director General, National Environmental Standards and Regulation Enforcement Agency, Chair, House of Representative Committee on Solid Minerals, Honorable Gazagwefi, who is represented by a senior special assistant, Nadom Rehman, in his own right, Mr. B. Thompson, the second secretary political of the Australian High Commission, my dear good friend Winifred Achue-Bersun, the program manager, CSO and Youth, EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS. My dear friend, Mr. Sanusi Issa, Director, Amnesty International, His Royal Highness Eze Cosmas Agu, Oba Abdul Aziz Akinde, the Oloja Ekun of Idesa, Aworiland, His Royal Highness Alhaji Khalid Usman, the Sarkin Abuni, His Royal Highness Oba Omololu Afilaka, the Alatorin of Atorin Ijesha, His Royal Highness Dr. Zubair Hama Gabdu, the Emir of Gashaka, His Royal Highness Abdul Qadir Ibrahim Belu II, Sakin Katsina Gazal, His Royal Highness Kalang Mela Tangole, my dear royal father, who I have worked with for so long, Mekomta, His Royal Highness Alhaji Muhammad Hassan Bahago Yarima of Yarima Mina. Welcome. And of course, I welcome all representatives of government, Miners Association of Nigeria, my friends from civil society, our dear partners from across West Africa, our dear friends in the media. Welcome to the 5th West Africa Mining Host Communities in Indaba. I especially welcome our cousins and friends from across West Africa, from Togo, Ghana, Guinea, Senegal, Mali. I would like to start this agenda by setting with an unlikely story. In 2011, Mr. Adamu Kotokoshi, who is in the room and whom I warmly welcome, Mr. Adamu Kotokoshi and I met for the first time in Gazal in Zamfara State after a few emails and phone exchanges. If you had seen us standing awkwardly in Gazal that morning, it would have seemed like we had nothing in common. But you see, Adamu and I care very much about the gold mining related lead poisoning that was ravaging and killing hundreds of children. We ultimately lost about 700 children. And as we took a choir ride to Anka. From then on, we took motorbikes for well over an hour to enter into the inner lands of Dareta, Bagega, and later Bokium. Yes, I'm a tough babe like that. I do Okada. We watched children die while politicians bickered over over whose job it was to remediate the community. Zamfara's children, more than 700 children, was the cost of gold mining in Zamfara at that point in time. Wealth that would never transform Zamfara, that would never get into their lives or their states. Adamu and I agreed that
All right. I'm not sure she's done though, but she will join us back again. And
my sincere apologies, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Um, so Adamu and I agreed that silence and inaction will never be an option. And since then, we've walked the length of this country, mobilizing Nigerians around Section 17(2)(d) of the Constitution that states that exploitation of human or natural resources in any form whatsoever, for reasons other than the good of the community, shall be prevented. And I know this resonates in the constitution of a number of West African countries. So Adamu and I were two people with one purpose. We have met many other friends like Adamu across Nigeria and across West Africa, and we're all walking this road together. The names of our communities may differ. Our challenges have remained the same. Zamfara reminds me of the devastation I'd also seen in the creeks of the Niger Delta in 2006 when I had to go around the creeks because we were building a dispute resolution system. At that time, I worked with the Negotiation and Conflict Management Group, where oil companies were keen to draw up dispute resolution systems. I was good at doing that while ravaging the environment of those communities and violating their rights. I have seen how our community in Kogi State lost its water to Etazuma mines. I have seen Inkomta in Gombe State tell the same story being told about Lafarge, and it's still embroiled in a legal battle that this poor community can barely afford and has no business fighting, where there's a government that is constitutionally mandated to protect their rights. I have spoken to dry-eyed mother who has lost her 4 children to gold mining related lead poisoning in Niger State at Shikira, community that no longer exists because it's been run over by terrorists who now mine the gold. I've worked with Dr. Okezie and we've walked through the breadth of Ebonyi State, where we have seen communities like Eza and Ivo at the mercy of crushed rock and Royal Salt Company. The violence, the pain, I will spare you the details. I will also spare you the details of the pollution of the Oshun River, Kaduna, communities in Liberia still at the mercy of Firestone Plantation, and more recently, ArcelorMittal. As I've traveled through Nigeria, organizing the Federation of Nigerian Mining Host Communities, my colleagues and I are struck by how these problems do not seem to change. The same will apply to the rest of the continent. And as we worked with colleagues from other African countries under the auspice of the African Coalition for Corporate Accountability, coalition that Global Rights found essential to start, the only thing that we find that divides mining host communities across Nigeria, across West Africa, and indeed the whole of Africa is the availability of a platform to jointly craft our own agenda, to prefer solutions to our common problems, and to take collective action. That is why the West African mining host communities in Indaba was birthed. Now, this annual gathering has become a vital platform for mining host communities to make their voices heard, exchange strategies, and shape the policies that directly affect their lives and environments. Today, as we mark the 5th year of our convening, we set the stage for a critical conversation at the art of global and regional transformation, the intersection between green mining and free, prior, and informed consent, which is one of our agendas. As the world accelerates towards renewable energy and green technologies that are not so green, the demand for our region's minerals, lithium, cobalt, bauxite, and others has never been greater. Yet the promise of a greener world must not come at the expense of the dignity, the rights, and survival of host communities. The principle of free, prior, and informed consent ensures that the communities are not passive victims of extraction, but active participants in deciding how our resources will be used and how those benefits will be shared. This week, coincidentally, the UN General Assembly is convening in New York. As we speak, world leaders, corporations, and the big names are all congregated around the theme Better Together, 80 Years and More for Peace, Development, and Human Rights. But the dialogues lack essential participants. Some of them are gathered in this room. The people whose rights are most vulnerable to violation and abuse, whose voices are rarely heard, whose future are the dice of businesses that claim to advance development, but not the people whose land, water, and topography are destroyed by mining, whose heritage are being traded under the guise of a just energy transition. This year's Indaba invites us to critically examine how do we balance the urgent call for green minerals with the urgent demand for justice, equity, and accountability? How do we ensure that the transition to cleaner energy systems does not produce old patterns of exploitation, displacement, and conflict? On Monday, just this Monday, at the pre-Indaba, we began critical conversations around what a just energy transition means for mining host communities in the sub-region and started to wrap our minds around our own agenda as West Africans. We made good progress. Over the coming days, we hope we will make even greater progress. You will hear in this room from the communities, their voices, from policy advocates, researchers, and practitioners who will share strategies, challenges, and innovations. Together, we will work to craft pathways that advance both environmental sustainability and human rights and reinforce that no one can exist without the other. And at the heart of mining are people, and people should be the heart of mining. Now, let us gather not only to be a forum for dialogue this week, but a catalyst for collective action, where communities stand at the center and their consents are honored, their rights are protected, and their future are safeguarded. Now, on behalf of the entire planning organizing committee, the Federation of Nigerian Mining Host Communities, and you, the co-chairs have already welcomed you, staff at Global Rights, our friends at ISODEC, and our friends at the African Coalition for Corporate Accountability, I welcome you once again. May our discussions be fruitful. May our baby steps be strong. May our connections be strengthened and our resolve renewed. Welcome and happy deliberations.
Thank you very much. Solid message there from the Executive Director of Global Rights, Abiodun Bayewo. One thing I know, she is very passionate about these areas and committed a lot of time, effort, and resources to it. And for those who don't know much about her, just to let you know that she's worked on access to justice, women's rights, natural resources, security and human rights program, and she's very passionate and big on addressing governance failures that disenfranchise marginalized population, particularly poor community women and victims of discrimination also. This is one area we're also passionate about. How mining affects community is one of our very strong, passionate point of view. And we appreciate her for joining us. Please, one more time, put your hands together for her. For those who are wondering about the program, you have your tag. You can scan the barcode on your tag to get the program so that you can just follow the next line on our agenda and the times that we have already programmed there. So just scan this little box, the barcode, and you get the program on your phone. If you've scanned the program, you know that we have another 10-minute talk coming up, and this time is setting a West African agenda for business and human rights. And I will call on someone who's done a lot of work in that area, Rachel Awosi Boijo. If I didn't pronounce it right, I'm sure I'll be corrected when we get here. The co-chair, African Coalition for Corporate Accountability, ACCA. Is Rachel here? She's a sociologist. Ma'am, as you come here, I'll just reel out a bit of your profile. Expert in gender and conflict management. She's the executive director of the NGO Dimension Human and gender expert for the GIZ Forest for Future project in Togo. She led the advocacy and awareness raising campaign on remedies for human rights violation in the context of the activities of companies and natural resource exploitation in companies like in Togo with the support of the Australian Embassy. She's actively committed to defending women's rights, promoting gender equality in Togo. Through the NGO Dimension Human, she works to empower women and strengthen their participation in communities and economic life. She sits on the steering committee of the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative 80 in Togo and serves as co-chair of the African Coalition for Corporate Accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for her. Madam Rachel comes here. I was thinking, is it going to be in French or English? In French. All right. Bonjour. You're welcome. 10 minutes, the timer is there. You have 10 minutes. Okay.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je vais aller en français et donc avant de commencer, je voudrais m'assurer que les anglophones pourraient avoir accès à la traduction et m'écouter. C'est bon, je peux y aller? D'accord, merci beaucoup. Donc, j'ai été déjà présentée par la présentatrice. Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. Je suis Rachel et c'est un réel plaisir pour moi et un honneur de prendre la parole lors de cette 5e édition de l'Indaba pour réfléchir ensemble sur un agenda ouest-africain sur les entreprises et les droits de l'homme dans un contexte où l'exploitation minière dite verte ne peut être durable que si elle est aussi juste et respectueuse des communautés. D'abord, je pars sur la base d'un constat que nous pourrons partager tous pour dire que dans toute l'Afrique de l'Ouest, l'exploitation minière est porteuse de promesses, mais aussi de tensions. Promesses parce qu'elle génère des emplois et des recettes pour nos pays. Tensions parce que les communautés locales en supportent souvent les coûts en termes de perte de terres agricoles, dégradation de l'environnement, pression sur les ressources en eau et parfois violence ou conflits sociaux. Je prends l'exemple du Ghana à Ahafo. Selon une enquête menée en 2025 par TV5 Monde auprès de 120 personnes, il ressort que la majorité des populations dépendent de l'agriculture, mais subit la perte des terres agricoles due à l'expansion des activités minières, ce qui fragilise fortement leur sécurité alimentaire. Les femmes en particulier sont doublement affectées. Elles perdent leurs moyens de subsistance tout en étant largement absentes des espaces de décision. Ainsi, au Burkina Faso, les femmes ne représentent que 8,23% de la main-d'œuvre du secteur minier formel, selon les données TIE 2020. Cette faible représentation des femmes, y compris dans leur position de décision, fragilise la cohésion sociale et la confiance envers les acteurs publics et privés. Une des solutions est d'adopter un agenda ouest-africain où nous priorisons quatre priorités stratégiques. D'abord, le consentement libre, préalable et éclairé. Le consentement préalable et éclairé doit devenir un processus vivant et continu, non une simple formalité administrative. Cela suppose une information transparente dans les langues locales et une participation active des femmes et des jeunes.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry to interrupt Madam Rachel, but we had royalty come in and they announced themselves royally. We have the Emir of Gusau with us in the building. Please put your hands together for him. For those who are not Nigerians, you know how we do it here, so you got a feel of it. You're welcome, sir. Delighted to have you join us. Go ahead, man.
Okay, thank you. Ok, merci. Donc, j'étais en train de dérouler les 4 priorités stratégiques. Je reprends parce que je n'étais qu'au premier. D'abord, je parlais du consentement libre, préalable et éclairé. Ce principe doit devenir un processus vivant et continu, non une simple formalité administrative. Cela suppose une information transparente dans les langues locales et une participation active des femmes et des jeunes. Au Ghana, l'étude des Rights to Decide montre que beaucoup de communautés sont informées, mais que très peu exercent réellement leur droit de refuser ou d'accepter un projet avant son lancement. Le consentement en amont est souvent ignoré. Deuxième priorité stratégique, la justice de genre. L'exploitation minière ne peut être durable sans l'intégration des femmes dans toutes les étapes, à travers notamment les études d'impact, la gouvernance des fonds communautaires, emploi locaux. Dans de nombreuses situations en exploitation artisanale et à petite échelle, les femmes sont cantonnées aux tâches auxiliaires et ne bénéficient pas des opportunités économiques ou du leadership malgré leur contribution. Par exemple, au Burkina Faso, les femmes sont au moins 10% des employés dans le secteur formel minier et souvent elles sont exclues des postes techniques ou de direction. Troisième priorité, des mécanismes de recours accessibles. Cela voudrait dire que les communautés doivent pouvoir déposer plainte et obtenir réparation rapidement, sans procédure longue et coûteuse. Des comités locaux indépendants, proches du terrain, peuvent jouer ce rôle et renforcer la confiance entre les acteurs. Le quatrième, c'est des bénéfices locaux tangibles et transparents. Les revenus miniers doivent servir directement au développement communautaire dans les domaines de la santé, l'éducation et les infrastructures. Cela exige un gouvernement participatif des fonds et une transparence accessible aux citoyens. Par exemple, au Burkina Faso, en 2023, dans le cadre de l'initiative Impact Transform, 54 groupements d'épargne crédit dans 5 sites miniers, dont 80% de femmes, ont réussi à collecter plus de 138 000 dollars US en une année, ce qui a permis à plusieurs femmes de financer la scolarité de leurs enfants ou de démarrer des activités de micro-entreprises. De ce fait, 3 actions immédiates pour avancer. D'abord, créer une plateforme régionale sur le consentement libre et préalable pour partager les bonnes pratiques et harmoniser les standards au niveau ouest africain. Conditionner les financements et investissements au respect du consentement libre, à l'intégration de la dimension genre et à l'existence de mécanismes de recours crédibles. Et enfin, expérimenter des comités communautaires de gestion et de suivi dans 3 zones minières pilotes afin de montrer que la transparence et la participation sont possibles et efficaces. Appel à l'action. Au gouvernement et parlementaires, adopter des cadres juridiques et politiques alignés aux normes internationales en matière de droits humains, en particulier en matière de consultation, genre et recours. Aux entreprises et investisseurs, faire du respect des communautés un gage de stabilité, de confiance et de performance durable. Et enfin, aux communautés et à la société civile, continuez à faire entendre vos voix, à exiger que les promesses de consultation de genre, de bénéfices soient respectées dans la vie concrète. Et je conclus en disant ceci. Si nous voulons réussir une transition minière et énergétique vraiment verte, elle doit aussi être équitable. Mettre les communautés au centre, et particulièrement les femmes, c'est la seule voie pour bâtir une exploitation minière qui crée non seulement de la richesse, mais aussi de la justice sociale, de la paix et de la durabilité. Je souhaite que ce forum soit un moment décisif où nous passons des principes aux engagements et des engagements aux changements visibles dans la vie de nos communautés. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Please, let's appreciate her one more time. Was it a good translation for those who are listening? All right. I want to believe so. My French is very basic. Duolingo failed me to get everything she was saying, but she's lent her voice to this. Thank you very much for that. We'll get to the goodwill messages, and we're going to stick to the clock to ensure that it's 2 minutes each so that we can move things along quickly in the program. To get to the goodwill message, we'll start off with our guest who joined us when Madame was speaking. Please let's welcome Mr. B. Thompson, Second Secretary, Political from the Australian High Commission, to give us a goodwill message.
It's 2 minutes. Sure thing. Thank you for the introduction. Merci pour ton discours. So good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here at the 5th West African Mining Host Communities in Indaba. My name is Bede Thompson, and I'm the Second Secretary at the Australian High Commission here in Abuja. So as many of you are aware, mining is a very important sector to Australia. So I'll first just take the opportunity to commend Global Rights for organising this wonderful event with a strong focus on host communities, and say that if you'd permit me, I'd stand on existing protocols here today. The role of mining in global economic development is well documented, and the future will increasingly depend on the resources beneath our feet as we transition to a cleaner world. This is a matter of fact, not opinion. Unfortunately, in many parts of the world, host communities have borne the brunt of mining activities, facing displacement, environmental degradation, and other challenges. The Australian government firmly believes that responsible and inclusive mining is possible and important. It's crucial that mining communities are empowered to seize the opportunities presented by the global energy transition. Mining companies must also view host communities as partners. This is a standard we expect from Australian companies operating all around the world. The Australian High Commission in Abuja is partnering with the Nigerian government to support the development of the mining sector. Just in June, Minister Dele Alake, along with other officials from the Ministry of Solid Minerals, visited Australia for a 2-week capacity development and knowledge sharing program. And just 2 weeks ago, Martin Zimonite, the CEO of the Nigeria Solid Minerals Company, was in Perth for our Africa Down Under event, representing Mr. Alake. This highlights the growing engagement between Nigeria and Australia in the mining development sector. And our engagement extends beyond just Nigeria to countries across the continent, from Cameroon to Namibia to Senegal. But our message remains consistent. The future is mining, and mining communities are partners in progress. The partnership must provide job opportunities and skills development, infrastructure and services, including transport, health, education, and energy, to ensure economic and social inclusion. Most importantly, this must be inclusive of women in mining. Thank you very much for having me today, and wishing you all a fruitful deliberation over the course of the event. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for Mr. Bede. You kept it shorter than 2 minutes, but thank you very much. All right, so we'll take another goodwill message. As a matter of fact, we'll take from several of our Royal Highnesses who are here. But let's get to hear a 2-minute brief goodwill message from the Emir of Gusau, who's joined us, Alhaji Abdul Kadir Ibrahim Bello II, as he comes to give us his. He just mentioned that he was not ready for it, and I still called him. I apologize, sir.
Good morning to you all. I'm very happy to be here with you. I'm very pleased. I told her I didn't prepare my speech because she caught me off guard. So wish you all the best in this Indaba, West African host communities. As you know, we are facing great challenges in terms of mining in our site, with so much banditry, etc., things, etc., and with so many illegal minings in our communities. So I hope one day all those things will go away, so that we'll be able to access what we have in the right way, in the best way. So thank you for inviting me to this program. I thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for him one more time. We'll also call on His Royal Highness Eze Cosmas Ago, the Eze of Oposi in Ebonyi State, for a quick goodwill message.
Good morning, everybody. The participants and the Royal Highnesses that are here, and other dignitaries. You are welcome to this honorable event. Well, you see, we are very grateful that you are holding this seminar here today. What we are experiencing in our respective communities is what I have already had here this morning. I'm urging the global rights to make sure that they include the traditional rulers to be involved in the mineral resources in their respective communities, because some of the companies that are actually having their companies, they don't regard the communities. The law they say they made for the communities to participate, the dividends coming out from the mineral resources is not witnessed, is not seen, is not given to the traditional rulers. And we want the global rights to go into that so that the traditional rulers in respective communities will enjoy the fruit of their labors. I'm very happy that my former commissioner for mineral resources in my state is here this morning. He was so much involved when he was there that the traditional rulers should be involved. Now that he's here, I believe he will go home to spread the good information. And I wish you all that are here a peaceful celebration. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much for that. And so that we don't just go back to back with all the goodwill messages, we'll be breaking it and fill with other parts of the program. But just before we get to the experience sharing, let's call on the Emir of Mina, who is actually represented by his son, the Crown Prince, who we call Alhaji Yerima Mina, Alhaji Hassan Bahago, I beg your pardon. He's here, and I've been told that 8 of their local government areas are actually affected by artisanal mining activities. So it'll be nice to hear what he has to say in his goodwill message. Please put your hands together for him.
Good morning, everyone. The Executive Director, trustees, members of the governing chair, royal fathers here present, policy makers, members of the mining communities, representatives of the honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hassan Umar Faruk Bahago, the district head of Nasarawa in Chanchaga, Niger State. I stand here today representing Alhaji Dr. Umar Faruk Bahago, CON, Emir of Mina, here in Niger State, who would have loved to be here. But the remarkable statement he has asked me to say is he's always in support and expresses gratitude to the global right advocate for sustainable justice and also the African miners. As we all know, Mina is the capital of Niger State, and Mina Emirate is one of the 8 emirates in the states. Mina Emirate has 5 local governments. Mina under the Chanchaga, Shiroro local government, Boso local government, Paikoro local government, and popularly known Munya, which is Sarkin Power. Firstly, I would like to highlight some of the key problems in those areas mentioned above. Firstly, illegal mining. Vast members of the illegal miners, including women and children, operate in those areas, often without proper license and safety measures. Frequent pit collapses and the lack of adherence to safety guidelines by the miners and collapses of poor dug pit result in numerous deaths and inquiries. Security threats. Illegal mining is deeply intertwined with banditry and cattle rustling, providing bandits with means to infiltrate and terrorize communities in those areas. Environmental degradation. Illegal mining activities leads to destruction of farmlands, deforestation, and chemical pollutions impacting both the environment and the local livelihoods. Lastly, water pollution. Mining operations contaminate water sources, causing widespread illness and health issues. Due to lack of time, I would like to just go down to one of the key main aspects of illegal mining in our communities, which is poverty and hunger. People are driven by desperation and the need for food which leads them to illegal mining as a means of survival. As traditional leaders in the community, we engage in the mining community under the Community Development Agreement CDAs under the Minerals and Mining Act of 1997, which mandate the mining leaseholders provide benefits like education, healthcare, and infrastructure to host communities. During this engagement, we also seek the advice of our dear global rights advocates and sustainable justice, which they have been very helpful to our communities in the areas of environmental regulations and chemical pollution. I would like to use this opportunity to thank the Indaba host community for their wonderful contribution they are doing to the mining communities in West Africa. Due to lack of time, I won't be able to explain most of the problems happening in our emirates. But as we all know, we have been having so many challenges due to illegal mining, and also in the 5 emirates I've mentioned above, just the Mina Emirate, which is the capital, it's not affected by banditry and castle rustling. But all the remaining emirates I've mentioned, they've been either captured or they've been illegal mining all over the places. So I would like to stop here. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing that with us. Okay. All right, we'll do more acknowledgement as we get there, and we'll just break a bit from the programs that we have, from the goodwill messages, I beg your pardon. We'll get back to it and get to another element of the program, which is the experience sharing. And this time around, we get voices from displaced communities where they have stories of land being lost, resistant movement going on there, and they're quite diverse in the kind of story, but altogether the same. And we'll hear these stories from Nigeria, from Guinea, Sierra Leone, and Ghana as to how they are coping with all of that. I think we're going to start off with the Nigerian bit, just 1 minute to confirm. Nigeria representative for the story sharing will be joining us any minute now. Thank you. But Nigeria.
Okay.
I've been told that the Executive Secretary of NATI is with us. And please, let's put our hands together for him. Dr. Oji is here. Welcome, Dr. Oji. So we'll get to the experience sharing in a bit. I just want to confirm the names of those who will be doing the experience from Nigeria. All right. So we'll start off with His Royal Highness, Oba Omololu Afiaka, the Alatori of Atori in Ijesha. And he'll be telling us a bit of the story from his community. You've got about 5 minutes to do that, sir. Please put your hands together for him. Did I mention the name there? Thank you very much, sir.
Do I say good afternoon? Or is it good morning, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. And do I start by thanking Global Rights while standing on existing protocol, appreciating the presence of my fellow royal fathers and the heir apparent to the Mina. I served in Mina. And I used to play in Guzo, Mahemia. I say thank you once again to Global Rights for giving us, the host community, a voice, an opportunity to share our stories, our experiences, and what we go through as a mining host community, as a host mining community, or whichever way you want to put it. In our experience in Atori Ijesha, which neighbors the cradle of Yoruba civilization, Ile-Ife, I share a common border with Ile-Ife and Ifewara. And fortunately, as God pleases, is blessed my community of about 25 villages with a good vein of gold, lithium, and other gemstones. But you now ask, is this a blessing in the real sense of it, or a curse? From God is a blessing to us. In reality, it is a curse. It is something that's destabilizing my community. It is something that's brought in pollution of our water bodies, introducing things like arsenic and all the other things that they use in their mining, in their illegal mining operations. It is something that's brought a lot of people that will never be there, from as far afield as Katsina, Zamfara. They are our brothers. We've always lived together, but we've never had them that much. The situation in the country now is such that there are security issues. That's why I was surprised when the Emir of Guzo mentioned that they are even having the same thing back home in Guzo. I used to know Guzo. I used to do fertilizer in Guzo when I first returned back to Nigeria. I knew Guzo as a very peaceful place. But what I read about Guzo and Zamfara in general is different from what I grew up knowing. Same applies to me now. That's why I mentioned it to the Crown Prince, that I actually served in Bida. And whilst I was a youth corps sometime late in the 80s, I used to visit both Mina and we used to have these old men that used to rear crocodiles. And I'm sure we're dead by now. That's about almost 40 years ago. And I saw these communities as very, very safe. You're happy. You knew the next door neighbor and all that. Same thing happening there is happening in my community right now. We don't even know who is who. We don't know who is who. We have an influx of people that you don't know into your farms. They destroy our cocoa, they destroy our palms, they destroy our waters, and they plunder the gold. Now it's gotten to a stage that my community, we were lucky to have gotten a mining license. I formed a community company, Atoring Community Mining and Trading Company Limited. I applied for a mining license. The idea I had in my head was if people could come from as far as China to come and prospect our minerals, why can't we do it legally? So what I'd done was I applied for a mining lease, an exploration license, so to speak. And fortunately for us, we got the license. We got the license. I started looking for investors. I went to Canada, I went to Saudi Arabia, I was in England a few times, I was in South Africa a few times. Eventually, we found a United Kingdom-based company that was interested in us. They came, they started their exploration. We are on the verge of getting close to about $100 million investment in my community, thanks to this company that decided to partner with us. That if people that were here the last time we had this colloquium, if you could remember, I was so excited about my community has just gotten a license. I was so excited about we eventually got rid of the illegal Chinese miners. But now we've gotten the license, we've gotten the investors, we now have terrorism at the doorsteps. We now have illegal miners that will not let the people that we've really given our license to really mine on behalf of the community, to be the partners of the community, they can't let them, they won't let them onto the land. It's gotten so bad that on the 6th of August, which was last month, I was almost abducted by one of these illegal miners. And you now find out that it's kind of a cartel. The illegal miners are not acting in isolation. The illegal miners are acting in cahoot with some, in my community, for instance, a politician that was in the House of Reps, that's been in the House of Reps twice, was the one that bailed this illegal miner when we got him arrested. In my own case, for instance, greed, and you see, our people perish because of lack of knowledge, so the Bible says. And you find out that when we're looking at about an investment of about 100 million into a community of about 25 villages, and you find people being paid or being given 100,000 naira, 2 million naira to actually scuttle what we are trying to do. I've been on this for about 5 years. It took me about a year and a half or two to get rid of the Chinese illegal miners. It took me another about 2 years to get to be properly licensed by the Ministry of Solid Minerals. It took me another year to get investors to come into the community. Now you have the issue of illegal miners, you have the problems with artisanal miners, and there's a lot to talk about. There's just a whole lot to talk about. I think this colloquium will avail us the chance to discuss it in detail, number one. And number two, I once again thank the organizers of this forum, having given us, the host communities, an opportunity to at least express what we're saying. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Of course, I would need you for 1 minute. Thank you so much to your Royal Highness. I was not sure on how to tell him, sir, time is up. I don't understand the protocol for that, though, but thank you very much, sir, for getting the cue and just wrapping it up for us at that point in time. Thank you very much, sir. All right, we'll also have another experience sharing coming from Nigeria. And we'll call on Dr. Daniel Mado, Meganga Community in Nigeria. The timer is up, it's 5 minutes, but would love to hear your experience in your community as to how mining activity is going on there. Please put your hands together for our guest. It's not only in Nigeria that we have these stories, like I mentioned, so we'd also get to hear the experience in places like Guinea, in Sierra Leone, and in Ghana. Oh, sir, you can take the step, actually. The stairs. The stairs. The stairs, sir. You're welcome, sir. Sir, would you be reading all of this in 5 minutes? I just wanted to be sure.
I'll try to. I was not given any time
specific.
frame for the
But it is
for
5
the
minutes.
presentation of the.
5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll
So in summary,
now I'll try to summarize.
thank you very much, sir.
But unfortunately, I've given you copies.
All right, thank you, sir.
So I wrote my paper under 5 broad topics: the historical background, the Nigerian Mining and Minerals Act 2004, that was 7, the responses of the people, where we are, and our recommendations. The Maiganga community, we are actually not from the Maiganga community. We are next door to the Maiganga community, about a few meters, few hundred meters from the mining site itself, at most 500 meters. So we are supposed to be included, but we are not included. And you know what all this mining is all about. The mine is surface coal mining with coal located just about 2 to 3 meters below the topsoil. So the thing started around 2008. And you know, in the tropical area, coal is highly combustible. So they had to establish a sprinkler system, to sprinkle the coal. And this sprinkler system dissolves elements like sulfur and various other metals and forms toxic solutions, which accumulate and are thrown into the community, and especially the Alatai, Kwiba, and Kwilapandi communities of Komta downstream. So we did not know anything that was happening until our people started falling sick. We had men and animals aborting, some dying, and then children having debilitating diseases. And they went to the clinics and hospitals, and this thing was traced back to the mine. Of course, you had other mining effects, like the removal of habitat, such as trees, grass, shrub, that led to soil erosion, and of course, air pollution by the dust that is created. Then under responses, the Nigerian Minerals and Mining Act. This mining is never supposed to start in any place in Nigeria under our laws, unless there is a survey identifying the mineral, the location, the quantity, and the quality. That is among others. 2, there is a legally binding agreement with the communities. That is free, prior, informed consent. Informed, must be informed. Then also there should be a prior agreement on the remediation of the mining site after the mining. And then there should be government agencies involved in processing these things to approve it. At the federal level, we have the Federal Ministry of Mines and Mineral, you know the ministry. And of course, there's the Ministry of Environment and their relevant MDAs. There is another one important thing which I have forgotten, but you will see it in the paper. With the Maiganga communities and the 3 communities in Komta, we are not aware such a thing happened. We know the Maiganga community had no legal representation whatsoever. Yes, and the government, we need to have a responsible government. The state government never played its role to protect its own citizens until we started having a lot of deaths and problems. Of course, crops were also destroyed, over millions of naira. Then what are the responses? The responses ranged from outright denial by Ashakam Cement Company, the mining company, now trading under the name Lafarge Africa PLC. They said they did not have anything which they were discharging into our community. Later on, they admitted that they discharged it only once. And it was a complete lie because the communities of Alatai, communities of Alatai, Kwiba, and Kulapandi are downstream. There's no other way they can discharge this water that accumulates except downstream. Eventually, they put up signboards and said the water that was accumulating from the mines and was discharged was not good for consumption, that it was toxic for both animals and man. And they agreed to give our communities 6 boreholes, but they only sank 3. And the 3 failed even after 3 months. From the federal ministries of mines and mining development, the name is always escaping my mind, and environment, and their MDAs, their responses were from lukewarm to sometimes outright hostility to the communities. Apparently, some of them were compromised. But we had to be fair to them. There were some good officers amongst them who tried to help us. 5 is gone. Oh, so the next thing we knew is what we had to do was write a petition. After the petition to Asha Kasem's bill, we wrote a petition to the minister responsible for mining and copied it to the Ministry for Environment and all the other relevant MDAs. The minister convened a meeting. These people came, but we never had any headway. It was at this stage global rights appeared. They really helped the community. They visited the communities about several times, mobilized the press, put pressure on all the government agencies, and later on came and assisted us with a huge amount of money of about 2.6 million naira at the time when we most needed it. Finally, well, I will just shorten it. The recommendation where we are now having 2 cases at the State High Court. Remember, I told you earlier, we told you earlier, that we won the case at the Federal High Court, and the Federal High Court gave us a compensation of 100 million naira and 1 million naira cost. But we lost it at the Court of Appeal for lack of jurisdiction and fair hearing. So we had to go back to the State High Court and restart the case again. Went to the Court of Appeal. It has been a yo-yo thing because they had their son, they have their huge war chest, and have been really frustrating our case. The final thing I would want to put is, we want to thank Global Rights for assisting us tremendously. 2, Two, we went spiritual. When we went spiritual, God, yes. Incidentally, along the way, I became a prophet, and I prophesied a word to Capernaum, and this thing has now been realized. A son decided to come and take up our own case. And I want to say that we have a very good case. They have admitted they threw water once, which is a lie. They have put up signboard to say the water is not potable. They have we also have a lot of evidence of the water they have been throwing with their dates. Thank you. I believe we are going to win this case.
Thank you very, very much. They've gone spiritual with this matter. It tells you how deep it is. All right. Sometimes, when you are grappling with so many issues in your community, you've done everything you know how. You say we leave them to God. It becomes a spiritual battle. Thank you very much for sharing your experience with us. It's quite profound the extent people go to correct some of the anomalies. And to take us away from Nigeria, just before you think it's only here that we get these kind of stories and experiences, let's get to hear from Chibesi Ezekiel, the Strategic Youth Network for Development, all the way from Ghana, will join us virtually to share his own experience also.
Hi, good morning.
5 minutes. You're welcome.
All right, thanks for this opportunity. And I want to thank Global Rights for this opportunity, my big brother Idosa, and also to observe all protocol, standing on all existing protocols. I think that when it comes to mining issues, I know my time is very limited, so I'll try to be very brief. When it comes to mining issues, I want to believe that all the issues or the concerns are not too much different. The previous speaker, as I listened to him, also mentioned some of the key critical issues, that we are faced with when it comes to host communities. In Ghana, since I work with young people, I may want to be biased, if you ask me, towards young people regarding the concerns or the issues that the youth are facing in the mining communities. One of them has to do with the issue of loss of livelihood, especially for those of them who are farmers. We also have others who are even displaced on their own lands, as a result of mining activities. And as a result, some of them are forced to, practice social biases, which is also an issue that is not going too well. Some of them are also being forced to move from communities into the urban area. So there's a whole migration of young people from the rural areas into the city center, which also puts pressure on the social amenities in the urban areas. We also have this issue of inequalities or inequity on how we disperse the benefits from the mining activities. Of course, we always hear government raking in so much resources, so much revenue from mining activities. But to how people are also benefiting, it's not well clear, it's not clearly defined, especially among young people. And therefore, again, that issue of inequality or inequity is also abounds in our case. And I also want to talk about the issues around human rights abuses. We've seen cases where young people have been severely beaten just by crossing boundaries. Some of them just want to go into the forest or just to have that source of livelihood or just to cut, get some meal for the day, and they get arrested and they get abused. We have seen or heard cases about young people who have been, severely hurt by dogs that are unleashed by the securities of these mining companies. So there's a serious issues around, abuses when it comes to money issues in Ghana. But we know these issues have been common over the years, and therefore the issue is what to be the best way to, find solution. How do we find solution some of these issues? So in recent times, I think for the past month or two, we have this NGO known as the Livelihood and Environment Ghana leg, that has convened a number of CSOs together, on mining issues where we can serve as a consortium, a platform to be able to push government to take certain actions. So we also do realize that some of these things are as a result of the gaps in our laws and regulations or policies. And one of the things we are doing now is that we have put in place a couple of recommendations to government to amend the Minerals and Mining Regulation, 2012 LI 2175. So that LI has a number of limitations. There's some gaps in those LIs, which we think are contributing to the effects or the impact of mining activities, on community people. So some of the recommendations we are making, one has to do with the issue of defining what you mean by economic well-being, because in the act they talk about economic well-being, but what does it mean? There's no operational definition. So we are asking, how do we operationally define, economic well-being? So when we talk about economic well-being, we can have a way to measure whether people in a community are benefiting, from the mining activities. The other issue we are asking for is that normally when we talk about moratorium, it is always an open statement. There's no timeline. So one of the recommendations we are asking government is that there must be a timeline to all the moratoriums that have been, that have been placed or that have been made, so at least we can have a timeline to be able to track, the progress of all this. We also talk about the need to have specific standards for resettlement package. We always hear about resettlement. Government is okay, we are taking your land, we're going to resettle you in a different location. But sometimes we realize that where they are taking, does not befit, humanity. Actually, sometimes people have to walk long distances even to have their bath. So we need to have a proper definition for resettlement package, so people are not taken from where they are to a place which will create more inconvenience, for them. So for us and in Ghana, these are some of the steps we are taking because we believe that the problems are largely embedded in our laws, in our legislation. And therefore, if we're able to attend or if we're able to amend some of the laws, that will give us the credence to be able to demand, from government and even to hold the hosts, the mining companies accountable. So basically, these are some of the brief experience I want to share from Ghana, not only acknowledge their problems, but taking some of the steps to ensure that our people in the mining areas are not adversely impacted without having any window or having any way to address the key issue they have. So basically, these are just some brief experience that is happening in Ghana, which I also want to share in this particular.
All right.
I'm sure that my time is up, so I'll pause here.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. I appreciate you, Annie. Right on time, the 5 minutes there. I did a quick scan around the room to see if anyone was snoozing, but I was impressed. Everyone was alert, listening attentively, and just absorbing all that is going on. But I don't want to tempt anyone. So we're going to just break a bit with a dance performance from the troupe, the cultural troupe. They were here at the start of the program, and they will just charge up the atmosphere a bit. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for them. If you're tempted to dance with them, fall into that temptation, stand up and move around. But other than that, you can sit and watch. All right, let's put our hands together for that group. Were you not entertained? EMD Entertainment, about 4 people asked, so I had to go and get their name out. Please, let's appreciate them. All right, we'll take a quick part of the experience sharing just before we get to our keynote address. I know that Dr. Oji is already waiting for that to happen, but we're going to get the experience sharing from Guinea. And Mr. Lama Nara is here to share his experience with us. Did I pronounce your name with a Nigerian twist? You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. Good morning, all. I want to speak in English, but my English is no good. Please take your earphone, please. Je vais m'assurer que tout le monde a pris son micro. Je ne vais pas parler beaucoup, juste un peu. Donc, merci beaucoup. Je vais pardonner pour le fait qu'elle a massacré mon nom. Je m'appelle Lamara Nadielo au lieu de Lamanara. Donc, je travaille pour Action Mine Guinée. Action Mine Guinée, c'est une ONG qui accompagne les communautés dans la promotion et la protection des droits des communautés riveraines de zones minières. Pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas la Guinée, j'imagine, comme nous sommes en Afrique de l'Ouest, et c'est la CEDEAO, que tout le monde connaît la Guinée. La Guinée, c'est un pays où on exploite à la fois la bauxite, le fer, le diamant, globalement, et aussi, bien sûr, la bauxite, parce que la bauxite, c'est comme le thème cette année-là, c'est le thème sur les transitions vertes, en fait, les minéraux verts, et la bauxite est considérée comme étant un minerai vert. Donc, je n'ai pas présenté une présentation, mais j'ai quelques notes à vous partager. Donc, comme je disais que la Guinée exploite la bauxite, ce n'est pas différent comme beaucoup de pays. Partout où il y a les mines, partout où il y a des sociétés minières, il y a aussi les impacts au point de vue communautaire. Et je pense que nous personnellement, ce qu'on fait, c'est le suivi de la mise en œuvre des contrats, le suivi de la mise en œuvre des lois nationales et le suivi des engagements des parties prenantes. Donc, comment est-ce que nous procédons? Je vais juste expliquer comment est-ce que nous, on procède et pour s'assurer que, comme nous sommes tous en train de lutter pour les droits des communautés, pour s'assurer que les droits des communautés sont pris en compte. Les décennies passées, nous avons constaté que les communautés se plaignent toujours. Et on se plaint toujours et parfois on fausse sur la forme de comment est-ce qu'on va se plaindre. L'expérience que nous avons appris, c'est que l'Afrique, les sociétés minières qui sont là, elles ne sont pas de nous. Elles viennent d'ailleurs. Elles viennent des fois, quelqu'un vient de l'Occident, de la Chine, de la Russie et autant d'autres. Nous n'avons pas des institutions fortes. Nous n'avons pas des lois qui nous mettent à l'abri parce qu'ils sont toujours les plus forts. Nous n'avons pas des communautés bien instruites pour pouvoir défendre les communautés. Alors, comment est-ce qu'il faut faire? Nous, Action Mine, nous avons expérimenté ce qu'on appelle le comité de suivi locaux. C'est-à-dire que c'est un processus qui vise à mettre en place les communautés, de les organiser, de les former, en vue qu'elles-mêmes puissent comprendre qu'est-ce qui leur est dû en termes de droits, qu'est-ce qu'elles doivent faire en termes de devoirs, et qu'est-ce que l'État ou bien quelles sociétés minières les doivent comme étant des droits. Donc, l'étape de mise en place du comité est finie et nous venons mettre à disposition des documents, des instruments pour pouvoir documenter les impacts pour les communautés. Les communautés elles-mêmes documentent les impacts, c'est-à-dire la pollution de l'eau, la pollution de l'air, la destruction des champs, la perte des moyens de subsistance, tout ce qui s'ensuit. Donc, on documente, on fait des lettres et on adresse aux sociétés minières. Les sociétés minières dont ont dans l'obligation vis-à-vis de leurs bailleurs, vis-à-vis de leurs mandants, vis-à-vis de leurs États, à répondre à tout ce qui est complainte à leur niveau. Donc, comme les sociétés minières ont cette obligation de répondre par rapport à ces impacts-là, nous faisons des lettres et on adresse aux communautés à la base. Et on dit, prenez ces lettres, allez-y vers la société au point de vue légal, demandez-leur de réparer ce qu'elles ont causé comme impact. La société a trouvé ça un peu plus étrange. Il a dit que ce n'est pas la communauté qui s'organise comme ça, mais il y a quelqu'un derrière. Et après, il a ciblé l'ONG qui est Action Mine Guinée, qui est nous. Ils disent que nous sommes en train de manipuler les communautés. Or, OK, on dit, OK, il n'y a pas de problème. Comment on manipule les communautés? Venez avec nous. On regarde quels sont vos engagements. Qu'est-ce que vous avez fait sur le terrain et qu'est-ce qui a été, qu'est-ce que nous avons dit? S'il y a un écart entre vos engagements, s'il y a un écart entre vos engagements et ce qui est fait sur le terrain, s'il y a un écart entre vos engagements et ce qui est mis sur le document, en ce moment, nous avons tort. Lorsque nous sommes allés vérifier, elles ont trouvé que nous avons raison. parce que nous avons mis en place un système de monitoring où les sociétés minières, les communautés, quand elles documentent les impacts, elles prennent une photo. Elles disent que cette photo a été prise à telle date, à tel endroit et pour telle raison. Donc, le moment de discussion, on dit, nous avons pris cette photo-là à tel moment, donc il faut répondre. Actuellement, les sociétés minières sont débordées de plaintes et c'est des plaintes bien fondées qui passent aussi par le mécanisme de gestion des griefs qui a été mis en place par les sociétés minières. Les sociétés minières, quand elles viennent chez nous, elles prennent des engagements parfois pour juste avoir notre consentement libre, notre consentement. Ils disent, OK, nous venons chez vous, on va construire des forages, on va vous créer des emplois, on va faire ceci, on va faire cela. C'est vraiment, c'est des vrais engagements. Donc, nous aussi, on les prend au mot. Parfois même, ils prennent le temps de mettre ça dans les documents contractuels. Et c'est pour nous une opportunité, à la fois pour nos sociétés civiles, mais aussi pour les communautés, pour pouvoir demander, pour rendre redevables, pour rendre responsables les sociétés minières en premier lieu, et aussi faire un plaidoyer pour que nos États, pour que nos pays puissent prendre les cadres législatifs normaux, normaux, pour pouvoir encadrer tout ce processus-là et qui protège à la fois les communautés, mais aussi qui protège la société civile. Parce que la société civile peut aider la communauté à prendre en considération ces aspects-là. Parce que la société civile peut aider à organiser la communauté. Notre seule façon de résister à cela, parce que nous n'avons pas les moyens d'empêcher le gouvernement de passer nos mines. Notre seule manière de faire un obstacle à ça, c'est de s'organiser à l'interne. Et lorsque la communauté est organisée, la société n'a pas de force et le gouvernement aussi n'a pas de force. Je regarde, elle est tout près de moi ici, je pense qu'elle est en train de faire de force, mais je suis disponible. Notre seule façon de faire, c'est de s'organiser. Parce que si on s'organise, on va gagner. C'est clair. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Mr. Lamarana Diallo from Actual Mining Guinea. Please put your hands together for him. We'll get to the keynote address now, and it will be a 20-minute talk where our keynote speaker will go into details on how we transition, particularly dealing with host communities, looking at the energy transition. And we are honored to have Dr. Oji Ogunaya Oji, Executive Secretary, CEO, Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NATI, and the National Coordinator of ETI implementation in Nigeria as our keynote speaker. You came up early. I was supposed to read your profile a bit, but he's here already. And so just to let you know a bit about Dr. Oji, a natural resource governance expert, political economist, and development communication specialist. Dr. Oji has served in several presidential committees, including the Presidential Committee on Implementation of PIA, the Presidential Investigative Panel on Oil Theft and Losses, worked at the United Nations Development Program, coordinated several donor-funded projects on governance and institutional reforms in the country. Dr. Oji sits on the National Steering Committee of Open Government Partnership and is currently the co-chair of the West African Beneficiary Ownership Transparency Forum. He's also a renowned broadcaster, can call him colleague at this point. Dr. Oji holds a master's degree and a PhD in political economy and international development from the University of Abuja. He's an alumnus of J.F. Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University, and also got from the Bladnick School of Government, University of Oxford, International Law Institute, Georgetown University, Washington, D.C., the World Bank Institute, among others. He's highly recognized for his contributions to knowledge through his insightful, widely read publication called Inside Aso Rock and What They Don't Teach You in Broadcasting. I would love to learn that, but not after this program. Maybe. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ogunaya Oji.
Thank you very much, Kimberlyn. When I was coming here, I didn't expect all this honor. First of all, I came late, so I was not in school those days. Those come late, that are late, they should be punished for coming late. But instead of punishment, I got this kind of recognition. Please, I thank you so much. I'm very, very sorry I came late. At the planning of this conference, my office, NATI, is part of the partners, and we have always been there. But I got a speaking engagement to speak to Iraq EITI with a conference going on in Amman, Jordan. I'm supposed to be there personally, but I spoke to them online. Luckily, they are 2 hours ahead. If not, it would have conflicted. This, I'm sorry, coming late. Your Royal Highnesses, the Emir of Guzo, the Emir of Mina, the Crown Prince, my brother, the Alatori of Atori Jesha, His Royal Majesty Oba Omololu Afilaka, and I make a confession. I ran into a senior in secondary school. I didn't recognize him initially. I tried to claim that I was a senior, only to learn that he was 3 years ahead of me, but who graduated in same secondary school in the 70s. The energy Akuma one of Okpose Kingdom in the current present Ebonyi State, where we were in school, there was no Ebonyi State. That is His Eminence Cosmos Na Emeka Awo. We attended the same secondary school, and I didn't know his community honored this way. Thank you very much for, sir. Thank you for that. The Oloja Eku of Igbochaland, His Royal Majesty, the Oba Abdulaziz Oluwatoyin Akinde, who is also here. All the other Royal Highnesses, development partners that are here, embassies, I had commissions, my colleagues in Haiti. I recognize 2 members of our board, 3 members of our board that are here. The President Miners Association of Nigeria, my dear brother, is seated here. And the former member of our board, Sani Shehu, is also here. And Fetu Wadishi, the CSO rep, also on our board. They are all seated here. On behalf of NATI board and management, I welcome all of you to this conference. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when I was asked to deliver the keynote speech, I raised one point that each time we attend mining conferences and workshops, is all filled with lamentation. It's therefore a privilege to stand before you on this Indaba of this year, a forum that has become the conscience of mining governance in Nigeria and in our sub-region, as evidenced by the presence of Ghana and Guinea, and perhaps others from our sub-region. I therefore commend Global Rights for convening us again and for keeping the plight and promise of host communities at the center of discourse and debate. NATI endorses and aligns strongly with the spirit of this annual conference, especially contextualizing mining within the principles of free, prior, and informed consent. This is not just relevant, it has become urgent. We gather again at a moment when Nigeria must decide whether its vast mineral wealth will be a blessing for our generation. Generations to come are another story of squandered opportunities. The time for us to make that decision has become now and urgent. And this forum should be part of that decision. For decades, we have lamented the Nigeria's solid minerals sector, with over 44 distinct mineral types across 500 locations in all states and local governments in Nigeria, and virtually our nooks and crannies have been abandoned over these years. The lamentations from the communities would not have been necessary if we had done what we needed to do. In the last minerals report that NATI conducted in 2023, the total revenues earnings for the whole year stood at 401 billion, 868 million and 627 naira only, which represented 0.83% of our total GDP in that year under review, which shows clearly that the sector is more than yearning for attention. In spite of all the renewed efforts by the current minister, Honorable Dele Alake, and his team, we think that sector needs help. We have repeated the statistics of lost revenues, smuggling of precious minerals, illegal mining, environmental destruction, and neglect to host communities, which were evidenced by the testimonies we received today. Today, the time for that lamentation should be over. The world is racing into the green energy future, which lithium, cobalt, nickel, and rare earths are now valuable, more valuable in most climes than oil. If Nigeria does not act now and act boldly and immediately, we will again watch others turn our resources into national wealth, while ours, their own natural resources to national wealth, while ours continue to remain untapped and illegally exploited. NITI therefore presents a compelling case for urgent reforms in the areas of one, legal framework. Our mining laws are relics of different eras. They are old. They must be rewritten for the 21st century to empower communities, host communities, safeguard our environment, enforce transparency, and provide benefits to our citizens through attraction of global investors. Number two, governance. Our governance institutions within the sector are vulnerable to corruption because of the way and manner they are structured, vulnerable to insecurity and inefficiency. They need reforms. A comprehensive governance reset with stronger regulatory institutions, digital platforms, and community oversight is long overdue. Three, economic diversification and revenues. With global oil production facing continuous declines from existing fields, solid minerals are Nigeria's best hope to diversify our economy. This sector can deliver billions in revenues if fiscal regimes are streamlined and reforms that addresses leakages are immediately handled. And Nigeria has the capacity to do that. Number four, investment inflows. Investors are watching Nigeria, but they want clarity of rules, consistency, and credibility of reform programs. A modernized sector can pull in sustainable foreign and domestic capital that can create jobs for our teeming population. Number five, jobs and inclusion. With the right reforms, the solid minerals sector can be a very powerful engine of employment, particularly for the vulnerable groups, youths, women, and children. In tackling these and more reform priorities, NITI strongly recommends that we immediately consider a new comprehensive solid minerals reform program law. And that should be within the next 12 months. It's doable if we make up our mind as stakeholders and get the right political support. We need to create a National Minerals Development Council that should be chaired at the highest political level to drive these reforms with speed, commitment, and coherence. It's also time that we launch a real-time mining cadastral portal for transparent licensing accessible to all citizens. From 7 o'clock this morning, I was in the same conference, for similar challenges in Iraq. And I can see how far they have gone in trying to digitalize their systems. In fact, after listening to them, I had to make adjustments in my program, in my own presentation, because it appears to me I will be speaking to the converted when already they have gone beyond what I expected to know. So we need to employ digital technology in our mining. What that can do, we take care of some of the lamentations I've just listened to this morning. We need to embed FPIC, free prior informed consent, to make host communities equal partners, not afterthoughts in the mining value chain. Review and strengthen the roles of Solid Minerals Development Fund to reinvest revenues from infrastructure, public education, and community-based development. That's what that fund should be targeting in the 21st century. We need to tighten enforcement on environmental obligations, illegal mining, and smuggling with technology, not just setting up tax forces. Tax forces that operate manually cannot solve the problem. We need also to invest in value addition, processing and refining minerals in Nigeria, not exporting them raw. We therefore appeal to the National Assembly and the Honorable Minister and his team to look into some of our recommendations in articulating a comprehensive reform bill to the National Assembly for consideration and passage into law. That is ready to serve as an accountability actor of these reforms through deployment of credible data and mobilizing multi-stakeholders to support this reform, to identify gaps, track revenues, monitor community development funds, and ensure that both government and companies are held to account of what they have done or need to do or fail to do in this process. Our reports will not be shelf documents. They'll be deployed as policy tools to support this reform. This Indaba is not just another conference. It's a conference, a platform to demand action. Action that places communities, host communities, at the center, that makes mining revenues visible in schools, in hospitals, building roads, providing security of lives and property, access to jobs, and improved quality of life for host communities. The solid minerals sector can no longer remain a side note in Nigeria's economic development plans. It must stand as a frontline sector, a pillar of diversification, a magnet of investment, a driver of decent jobs, and a guarantor of community dignity in more ways than one. To achieve this, the sector must intentionally be inclusive, ensuring that women and children are not only equitably engaged across the value chain, but also represented at the highest level of decision-making, where their voices and contributions can shape sustainable growth and shared prosperity. Distinguished participants, let's leave this Indaba with a no more preparations without execution. The time is now to reform, to legislate, to implement, and to deliver impactful results that everyone can see. If Nigeria seizes this moment, our minerals will no longer be just deposits. They will not just be power batteries. They will be available to power batteries, electric cars abroad, and they will power prosperity, justice, and hope here and outside Nigeria for the benefit of all Nigerians. I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Ojegunayoji. Please put your hands together for him. I just came out to look at the time and like, oh, we still have 6 minutes, and the next thing he was thanking us. Thank you, Dr. Oji, for giving us 5 extra minutes to work with. And you know, when you said no more lamentation, I chuckled because I have a radio show, even though we tell them it's solution-based, it's lamentation-based at the end of the day. But I hope that in spite of the lamentation, the call to action will be implemented. We'll put our energy and resources to effecting the change that we want. Please appreciate him one more time, our keynote speaker. So to just go back quickly, seeing that we have 5 minutes, thanks to Dr. Oji, let's go back. I tried to find out if our guest from Sierra Leone was ready. I was told she wasn't, but Deborah Ngozi Lahai for Action for Women and Children's Development from Sierra Leone is standing by to give us her own bit of experience and what it's like for them in Sierra Leone. She'll join us virtually, so please look to the screen.
Hey. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me from my side?
Crystal Claire, good morning.
Good morning. It's lovely to see you all. I'm glad to be here this morning. I'm presenting on a topic, Voice from Displaced Communities, Stories of Landlords and Resistance. And this one is a case study of Sierra Leone mining host communities in Bond District in Sierra Leone. Initially, everybody considered mining host communities as the breadbasket of nations, where the real wealth of nations emanates from. And a lot of people have this perception of mining host communities to be enriched, but that's far-fetched from the sad reality that it's an environment where poverty echoes with a very loud voice, and the lives of people are being jeopardized based on the situations that are engulfed within the mining host communities. So today I am here to share a sad story of 3 communities that were relocated in Sierra Leone that suffered the direct impact of deception and deprivation of our people. So there are 2 factors in Sierra Leone that leads to relocation or displacement of communities by mining host communities. The first one is the destruction of mining host communities by mining operations, wherein the mining companies can be mining somewhere very close to the communities, and the use of their heavy machines, the use of their additional machines and all their chemicals used cause artificial, I can call it natural disaster, artificial disaster. Like for one community that is called Motinga, and in this community, they experience flooding based on the fact that the mining companies use heavy machines, and when the machines pass through, they have this artificial dam or the artificial pond that overflow and ran into the community and caused flooding. So they had no option but to relocate these communities from the original place, to another place where the farm is safe for the community to dwell. But in spite of this, the second factor that leads to relocation is the discovery of new minerals within the communities. It is a situation wherein mining companies, when they come to communities, they do their assessment and they find out that there are minerals in those communities. They negotiate with stakeholders, and they have to work on a resettlement policy to see how best they can relocate those communities so that they can have access to those communities to mine. And in this situation, there are 2 other communities that face this tragic situation, wherein they were relocated from the original community to a relocated community. So in Mopandi, this village actually face flooding, and most times it jeopardizes the lives of children and women, because most times when the mining companies operate, they leave the dam open, they leave the places open, the pits open, which is a death trap for children and women as well. And most times they find it difficult to even know what happened to their children, get missing, and nobody can account for that. So on that basis, they found out that it can be risky if they continue to stay in those death trap environments, and they took them to that place. So with all these things that is happening in this environment, it brings a lot of unprecedented high risk to communities where host communities are finding it difficult to navigate. And interestingly, the 3 communities that were relocated, their major source of livelihood is farming. And when they relocate these communities, they take them away from their fertile land where they can work on their farm produces, they can do their farming, and they took them to their other environment where it's not really fertile for them to practice their agriculture and for them to grow their crops or to find their source of livelihood. So in the midst of the situation, the company and the stakeholders come together. They build some very decent houses and sometimes give them tap water, and which is really not sustainable and permanent, because at some point the tap stop running, and the people are constrained with safe drinking waters. And when they engage the company, they call upon the company to come to their aid and see how best they can figure out solutions to see how best they can have safe drinking water is quite difficult. And they have no access to their basic amenities in that environment. Sometimes the community that relocates them to does not have school, do not have a hospital, do not have good road construction, do not have other things that it takes for them to support themselves. And they encourage them to find an alternative source of livelihood, which is quite difficult for you to take somebody that is already used to farming to find another source of livelihood. That we all know mining communities are not the kind of communities wherein you have different options to employment. And most times they don't employ the mining host community members. They don't employ them based on their critical criteria of employment. So they find it difficult for youth, women, and community indigents to even have access to employment by the companies, because they cannot meet they cannot meet their requirements to be employed. So
All right. Madam Deborah, sorry to interject. My fault. I didn't tell you had 5 minutes when you started speaking. So
Okay.
the time is actually off. So we'll give you like 30 seconds to just summarize and wrap it up.
Okay. So in this situation now, the communities are not happy. They are very sad to experience a situation wherein they feel deceived, they feel entrapped, they feel drawn from their place where they can source their livelihood from. And they brought this to the notice of key stakeholders who thought it fit to engage the company, because they have a particular period that they give compensations, relocation compensations to these communities. And the year they have scheduled to give them compensation has elapsed, and now they are struggling to even feed and to take care of their families. So on that basis, the civil society organizations working in mining host communities have an appointment to meet the ministers to see how best we can put modalities in place to see how best we can help the communities that are displaced from their original land. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for her. Waiting patiently. I appreciate you for sharing the Sierra Leonean experience with us during this program. And we were expecting from the Ministry of Solid Minerals. As a matter of fact, the minister was meant to be here, but I hear he's on a national assignment out of town. And we're expecting delegations from the ministry to be here and representative. If you are from the Ministry of Solid Minerals and you're here present and you're dedicated to speak for the ministry or the minister, please let them know at the desk behind so that we can give you time to make that presentation and that speech. We truly appreciate that because that is meant to come up after this talk on promoting community rights through effective legislation, which will be done by Honorable Gaza Jonathan Wefui, the Chairman, House of Representative Committee on Solid Mineral, who is ably represented here this morning by Senior Special Assistant Nandom Rindam, who is here with us. Please put your hands together for him. All right. That's just to mention that you have 10 minutes. We have a timer in front of you.
Our royal fathers present here. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I bring you special greetings from Honorable Gaza Jonathan Wavy, the Chairman House Committee on Solid Minerals and the National Assembly as a whole. My assignment here is simple, and it's to deliver his opening remarks. So without further ado, I'll go on to do just that. The Executive Director and team at Global Rights, organizers of this Indaba, distinguished delegates from across West Africa, esteemed traditional leaders, policymakers, and industry stakeholders, Dr. Orji Ogbonaya Orji, the Executive Secretary, CEO, National Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, NATI, who is also the keynote address, members of civil society, the media, and our dear host communities. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address you today at the 5th West African Mining Host Community in Indaba. My profound thanks and appreciation to Global Rights for the honor of this invitation and for their tireless work in advocating for the rights and mining host communities. I believe that the theme for this year's Indaba, contextualizing green mining within free, prior, and informed consent, is not merely an academic topic. It's a moral imperative and a timely one too. As the chairman of the House Committee on Solid Minerals, I've had the opportunity to see firsthand the incredible potential our solid mineral sector has. It holds the key to economic diversification, job creation, and national development. However, this potential is meaningless if it comes at the expense of the very people who host these resources. It is no longer news that for some time now, the narrative around mining has focused solely on economic output and foreign investment. We've talked about tons of ore and millions of dollars, but we often fail to adequately address the human cost. We've seen communities displaced, livelihoods destroyed, and environments degraded, all while the benefits of mining bypass those who bear the heaviest burdens. This is therefore the principle of free, prior, and informed consent. This is where the principle of free, prior, and informed consent becomes a non-negotiable cornerstone of sustainable mining. It is more than just a box to be checked. It is a fundamental human right. FPIC ensures that communities are not just consulted, but are active partners in every stage of a mining project, from initial exploration to closure. It means respecting their traditions, their land, and their right to say no to a project that could harm them. I strongly believe that this platform is very strategic. It reaffirms that the future of mining is not just merely about extraction. It is about justice, sustainability, and the dignity of communities who bear both the promise and the burden of the mineral wealth. I am particularly happy to be called upon to speak on a topic that is so critical to our collective future, promoting community rights through effective legislation. Whenever we talk about mineral extraction in West Africa, our conversations are usually premised on economic gain and often at the expense of the very people who live on and around these precious resources. Communities have borne the brunt of environmental degradation, social disruption, and economic disenfranchisement. This is not a sustainable or just model. To move forward, we must stop viewing host communities as passive entities to be consulted and start seeing them as partners with rights that are enforceable and protected by law. The time for voluntary corporate social responsibility is over. We need mandatory legal frameworks that guarantee the rights of our people. Effective legislation is the key to unlocking a new era of responsible mining. It must do several things, which are as follows: guarantee land rights and ownership, Legislation should formally recognize and protect the ancestral and customary land rights of communities, ensuring they have legal standing and a voice in decisions affecting their lands. Mandate free, prior, and informed consent. This is the bedrock of community rights. Laws must make it a legal requirement for mining companies to obtain FPIC before any project begins. This process should be transparent, culturally appropriate, and genuinely participatory, giving communities the power to negotiate or even reject a project. To establish a clear benefiting sharing framework. Our laws must mandate a clear and equitable system for sharing the wealth generated from mining with host communities. This includes royalties, taxes, and other revenues, with specific mechanisms to ensure these funds are used to local development, education, and healthcare. Ensure environmental accountability. Legislation must hold mining companies accountable for environmental damage. It should establish strict standards for environmental protection, rehabilitation, remediation, with strong penalties for non-compliance. Provide a legal recourse mechanism. Communities must have access to a legal system that is fair, accessible, and affordable, allowing them to seek redress to grievances, environmental harm, or human rights abuses committed by mining companies. As chairman of the House Committee on Solid Minerals, I'm pleased to share with this esteemed gathering some of the progress we have made in the 10th Assembly. Through legislative reforms, we have advanced bills aimed at strengthening the regulatory framework for solid minerals, ensuring that mining operations adhere to global best practices while prioritizing environmental protection and community welfare. In terms of community engagement, our committee has pushed for policies that recognize the rights of host communities, particularly by reinforcing the principle of free, prior, and informed consent, so that mining is not imposed but negotiated in partnership. We have taken concrete steps with regards to revenue transparency by enhancing transparency and accountability in mineral resource revenue management, aligning with Nigeria's commitment under the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative. We recognize that our mineral wealth must benefit our people, hence local content promotion. The committee has supported policies that promote local participation in mining value chains, including training, technology, transfer, and access to mining licenses for indigenous operators. Last but not the least, we have fostered discussion on green mining initiatives to ensure sustainable mining practices. This has been done by encouraging companies to adopt cleaner technologies, rehabilitate mining sites, and reduce the ecological footprints of operations. As lawmakers, we have a solemn duty to champion these legislative reforms. We must work together with community leaders, civil society organizations, and even responsible industry players to draft and pass laws that truly empower the people. The future of West Africa's mining sector depends on our ability to create a legal landscape that prioritizes justice, equity, and sustainability for all. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the story of mining in West Africa must be written not as one of exploitation, but a shared prosperity. The 10th House of Representatives is committed to championing this vision through effective legislation, oversight, and collaboration. I implore us all to leave this Indaba with a renewed resolve that the mineral wealth beneath our soil must translate into human wealth above the soil, that no community should pay the price of poverty for sitting on riches, and that together across governments, civil society, industry, and communities, we can make mining truly sustainable, just, and green. Thank you all, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rindam, representative of the Honorable Minister. Honorable Representative at the House of Representatives on Solid Minerals, forgive me for mixing that up, giving his speech on that. When he did speak on, I thought it was very profound because even with oil, the host communities will tell you about the devastation going on there in spite of the wealth that comes with it. So it's an important one to look at. We need to look at harnessing the opportunities more. Thank you very much for that. And we do not have a representative from the Ministry of Solid Minerals or to speak for the minister here at the moment. So we're going to move and get to the next bit of our program until they get here, which is the report, the presentation and launch of the Mineral Governance and Endemic Insecurity in Nigeria report. And it will be done by the Executive Secretary, Global Rights, Abiodun Baiwo. She will join us virtually for that. And I know that Dr. Oji will be gracious enough to support from here as we do the launch. We have some copies present, and I've been told to tell you that everyone will get at some point, but we have very few copies here. So if we have Madam Abi online to just give a quick speech to that regard, then Dr. Oji will help us from this end.
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent. I was going to make a PowerPoint presentation, but then I realized that again, I am technologically okay, I see the share now. I'm going to try and do the share screen option. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we're very pleased to present to you our publication, Violent Earth, a publication, a research that we've done on mining conflict and insecurity in Nigeria. And it's no surprise to anyone. And I'd like to start with a quote by the co-chair of the Federation of Nigerian Mining Host Communities, Dr. Tope Olaifa, who said that where there is mining, there is violence. And it seems they both move together now. And unfortunately, that has been the story of Nigeria for the last 2 decades. What are our key findings? And I'm going to go really fast so that we go straight to the launch. What were our key findings in this publication? One, that there is weak enforcement of mining regulations and inadequate federal oversight to enable the exploitation of mineral resources at the expense of local communities, resulting in environmental degradation, food insecurity, and threats to national security. We also found that the proliferation of unregulated and illegal artisanal mining fuels violence, environmental degradation, and sociopolitical unrest. The legal framework, which vests exclusive control of mineral resources in the federal government, creates a disconnect with the state governments and discourages their active involvement in co-governing mining activities, creating governance gaps that engender insecurity. We found that strong evidence indicates the involvement of unlicensed foreign miners, particularly Chinese miners and artisanal miners from other West African countries, which exacerbate mining-related insecurity. We also found there indications of collaboration between illegal and unregulated miners and organized criminal groups, including those funding terrorism in the sub-region. Other findings. So there are indications of collaboration of the failure of regulatory agencies to verify the technical competencies of applicants, leading to licenses being issued to unqualified companies that employ unqualified and untrained miners that devastate the environment and in turn precipitate conflict. Local communities are often excluded from decision-making processes, which fuels resentments and ultimately conflicts. We found persistent socioeconomic challenges, including poverty, unemployment, that drive many unskilled citizens into illegal and unregulated mining. There are also allegations from communities across Nigeria of state capture, and they gave instances of political actors providing protection and cover for sponsors of illicit mining were a constant in the interviews that we did in this research. We found women in mining host communities were disproportionately affected by mining-related insecurity. Many women reported facing sexual harassment and other forms of gender-based violence related to mining activities ongoing in their communities, and they were also more often than not excluded from sharing benefits. We have several recommendations. One is for the government to strengthen the regulatory framework, to enhance community engagement, to increase funding for mining regulation, to strengthen security forces. In particular, we found the efficacy of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, against illegal mining, to promote sustainable artisanal mining, and to implement comprehensive environmental regulations, particularly empowering NESRIA, which we also found to be very active in curbing a lot of the unregulated activities. We think that it is important to foster international cooperation to end illicit mining that is fueling organized crime and terrorism. We also think that it's important to conduct public awareness campaigns and support alternative livelihoods for mining host communities. We think that improving data collection and research will help the communities that are impacted, and evidence-based policy making for targeted intervention is a smarter and more effective way to go. We think that strengthening law enforcement training, particularly for NSCDC, to build expertise to combat illegal and illicit mining is very, very important for Nigeria. Finally, we think that it's important to enhance national security for critical minerals and promote climate smart mining, to simultaneously integrate climate smart mining practices that minimize environmental degradation, reduce carbon emissions, and promote sustainable land and water management, to incentivize mining companies to adopt renewable energy, efficient water usage, and low impact extraction. Finally, let me ask that the ministries consider working together. We found their working in silo has actually contributed to the conflicts across the country, and to the violence across the country and the insecurity experienced by mining host communities. On this note, I will therefore like to request Dr. Oji to please lead in presenting the publication, Violent Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, Violent Earth.
You just heard the presentation, and we're doing the official launch right about now. And I think, yes, Dr. Oji is calling on all our royal fathers and guest co-chairs to join. Can we have a microphone for Dr. Oji, please? Can we please get a microphone? All right, thank you very much.
Well,
Sound for the microphone. Thank
well,
you.
Well, thank you very much. And Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, beyond the speeches that have been delivered, I need to truly, on your behalf, thank Global Rights for really being grassroots in their engagement with host communities. We have had institutions that engage in host communities from the city while living in the cities. But we can see that the real owners of host communities are here. To have the Emir of Guzo, the Emir of Mina, the traditional ruler from Ebonyi State, traditional ruler from Oshu State, from parts of Nigeria here, and these communities are the communities at the center of the controversy of mining being represented here. Is something that we need to commend you, that you are really domestic and really traditional. So I would like to, on your behalf, ask the Royal Highnesses to join me to unveil the publication and to pick a copy and present to the reading public. Thank you.
All right, you just witnessed the official launch of that report, Mineral Governance and Endemic Insecurity in Nigeria.
This publication is quite symbolic in the very negative syndrome that mining is associated with violence. It should not be. It should not be. It should be the other round. Our job as stakeholders are not done until we turn mining into an avenue for prosperity, avenue for peace, avenue to improve people's standard of living, as done, as obtainable in other communities. So on behalf of the National Stakeholders Working Group of NAITI, all the stakeholders in the mining community here, our traditional rulers, Royal Highnesses, our colleagues from the sub-region of Nigeria, we present this publication that we will read them and they redefine our interest, our prospect in mining, to turn mining to prosperity, not violence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished guest, for that official launch. And I've been assured by Global Rights that they'll be having more copies to go around. For now, we have just limited copies of it here.
Please, I would like to invite some of our stakeholders here to pick copies. I need to take one to the members of my board. Dela Ayaleke, the President Miners Association of Nigeria. Take one copy. Take one copy. Madam Faith, you take one for, okay. From Guinea and from, yes. And then you take one to Alhaji Sani Shehu. Sani Shehu. Yes. And all the speakers, all those that gave goodwill messages should please get one copy each. All those that gave goodwill messages should get one copy each. And then come. We have another member of our board here, Dr. Risa. They are very important to protect my job. Please go and give it. And then we send copies, women in mining. Make sure that the vendors, they will get copies. But be assured that you get copies. But getting copies will not be enough. if we don't read them.
Mm.
We should read the copies and implement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Oji. All right. Thank you very much. And you've been assured of getting your copy much later. Do we all agree that the first half of this program has been eventful and worth it? Can you hear? Yes. Aha. I appreciate Madam Faith for clapping even to that. Thank you very much. All right. So we'll go for tea break at this point. Would allow our dignitaries at the high table. They will go with Mr. Efosa for where they will grab their tea, their coffee, and then we would go on a visit of the exhibition stands around. While you grab your tea, your coffee, please go around the exhibition stand. And we're all expected back here at 10 minutes after 1 p.m. so that we go with our program timing. 10 minutes after 1. But first, let's allow. They are all going to visit the exhibition stand at some point. Yes. All right. But those on the high table will go with Mr. Eposa. He will guide them on where they will go to next for their tea break and the exhibition. The rest of us can follow. Please go and grab your tea and coffee and visit the exhibition stand. Please don't forget, 10 minutes after 1 p.m., we're expected back here. Thank you very much.
Ga 'ya'yanmu ba mu ga dukiyanmu. Mun ɓatar da dukiyanmu saboda 'ya'yanmu ba mu da su.
To, yanda ta fara, ta soma da sanyin jiki ne, jikin sai ya ɗauki sanyi gaba ɗaya. Da abin ya zo ta yi kamar za ta yi bacci, sai abin ya ɗauka. Da ya ɗauka shi ne ta kama abin gannan, kwambasha ɗin nan. Shi ne da muka ga haka muka yi fama abin bai kawo sauki ba. Shi ne sai muka je waje mai gargajiya, ya ɗan ba mu wani ɗan taimako ta ɗan samu sauki. Tun da suka dawo abubuwan da yana halbawa kaɗan kaɗan.
Ai wannan ba za a rasa ba tunda dai kana dariya da mutum kana yawan ganin mutum kana jin daɗi kana dariya da shi kana ba shi abinci yana ce dole ne ka yi bakin ciki da shi ka ga yau ba shi kuma tunda ka rike ka gan shi hannu ka goyo ka waye gari baka gan shi dole ne zaka ji bakin ciki.
Maimakon da za ka samu ɗan nan in ya miƙe ka dahwa shi ka tashi yau ba shi. Aka ce za a taimaka mana a zo a koma ba mu dai zuciya ba ka san mai haƙuri na tare da samu. Na ce to duk da haka nan sai ran nan ba ni nan.
If the governor had found time, just one day, the governor here in Niger has found maybe it's just 6 hours, Mena to Shikra and back. And he has heard from professionals the havoc in that place. Commissioner of Health, Permanent Secretary Health, any other person that has to do with health and environment, let them come there. The health of those children, even when they grow, is something else. Our call, both the Emir, the Emirate Council, the local government, is that governments, not just a government, federal, state, and even the local government at this level, should come together and face this menace.
Yanda na ji yaro ya fara da amai ne, daga amai sai zafin jiki, sai zufa ke ta faman fita, sai bacci, idan ya bacci ba zai falka ba. Idan ya bacci nan ba zai falka ba, lokacin da ya tashi bacci nan lokacin nan ciwon nan zai taso mashi. Idan kuma ciwon ne ya taso shi baya kwanciya. In ya dan kwanta sai ya dan yi wani dan hayaki hakan ga sannan ya kwanta. In ya dan kwanta kuma minti nawa ya ƙara tasowa. To kuma idan ya taso sai ya ci rayuwa tukunna sannan zai kwanta.
Lallai muna da takaici babba ba ƙarami ba, saboda ba mu ga 'ya'yanmu ba mu ga dukiyanmu. Mun batar da dukiyanmu saboda 'ya'yanmu ba mu da su.
To, yanda ta fara, ta soma da sanyin jiki ne, jikin sai ya ɗauki sanyi gaba ɗaya. Da abin ya zo ta yi kamar za ta yi bacci, sai abin ya ɗauka. Da ya ɗauka shi ne ta kama abin gannan, kwambasha ɗin nan. Shi ne da muka ga haka muka yi fama abin bai kawo sauki ba. Shi ne sai muka je waje mai gargajiya, ya ɗan bamu wani ɗan taimako ta ɗan samu sauki. Tun da suka dawo abubuwan da yana halbawa kaɗan.
Ai wannan ba za a rasa ba, tunda dai kana dariya da mutum, kana yawan ganin mutum, kana jin daɗi, kana dariya da shi, kana ba shi abinci, yana ce a dole ne ka yi bakin ciki da shi ka ga yau ba shi. Kuma tunda ka rike ka gan shi hannu ka goyo ka waye gari baka gan shi, dole ne zaka ji bakin ciki.
Maimakin da za ka samu ɗan nan in ya miƙe ka dafa shi ka tashi, yau ba shi. Aka ce za a taimaka mana, a zo a koma, ba mu dai yi zuciya ba, ka san mai haƙuri na tare da samu. Na ce to, duk da haka nan sai ran nan ba ni nan.
If the governor had found time, just one day, the governor here in Niger has found maybe it's just 6 hours, Mena to Shikra and back. And he has heard from professionals the havoc in that place. Commissioner of Health, Permanent Secretary Health, any other person that has to do with health and environment, let them come there. The health of those children, even when they grow, is something else. Our call, both the Emir, the Emirate Council, the local government, is that governments, not just a government, federal, state, and even the local government at this level, should come together and face this menace.
We hold the earth in trust for future generations. It is borrowed and we must return it as close to a state as we were given. Water, water everywhere, but none to drink was Mungo Park's cry when he saw water he couldn't drink. But these people, I guess, will not agree with him in the situation they have found themselves. Water, water nowhere. What we see, we will drink. They seem to be crying. The earth is made up of 70% water, but due to climate change and energy production, we now have less and less access to potable water.
In the next 20 to 30 years, the strongest nations in the world will be the countries that can provide their citizens with the most essential resources, the 5 core resources that human beings need. The first is air, the second is water, the third is food. How much of that water will Nigeria be able to provide its citizens?
The world realizes there's an impeding water crisis that will eventually overtake the globe. When you think about Nigeria's context, this is already happening. The shrinking of the Lake Chad to 1/10 of its original size is a thing we should worry about. Communities suffer from diverse issues that relate to water, but do not know what to do or how to go about it. This village doesn't have drinking water. They have to travel over 5 kilometers to the closest tap, which is at the Nestle Gate, and the tap doesn't open on weekends, only on weekdays.
Kaman an wanke in an tashi za a wanke shi in an wanke da tufu da sai zai zuba cikin ruwan daga ruwan ya lalace ruwan ba ya yi kyau kuma ba.
Da gurin da suna fulon ruwa har suna da yana shiga muna ruwan da muna yana bata muna ruwa gurin ma mun sha tafiya da su amma wallahi har yanzu za su yi fulon da tin ruwan su sai su yi fulon muna ruwa mu je mu diba mu zo mu sha. In ka ga inda muna bi zuwa gona inda suna fulon ruwan su ya haka ruwa yanzu wallahi ina ganin kasa ya tace na sai ya kusan shiga ciki inda suna fulon ruwa zuwa bayan abuna wajen nasu hanyar gona mu yanzu na ba inda zaka tafi gona yanzu ka bi inda muna bi da sai ka je ka bi sama da kamfanin su.
Recently, Nigeria also decided that it will generate 30% of its energy from coal power resource. Coal power generation is a water-intensive and a water-polluting activity. In the countries that have been heavily reliant on coal, we have seen the effect of coal mining on their water. Cottbus in Germany, for example, now has to import its water supply from the northern parts of the country because the water supply in Cottbus has become polluted and has also largely shrunk because of the years of coal mining in Cottbus. In Nigeria, in less than a decade of coal mining, we're also beginning to suffer the effect on our water bodies, whether it is Okobo in Kogi State or Komta in Gombe State.
Immediately we are aware that this company are going to come. Our expectation that there will be rapid development in the community because we were told that any place that a company like this visited or they are exploring, what they normally do is helping the community to grow educationally. The state of their economy will change, that they will boost the trading activities of that community.
Immediately they started the mining activities on the land. They will now begin to feel that it is even a pain receiving the company to one's community. Because the activities it started affecting us, our stream that we have been using, it becomes difficult for us to even get water, especially during dry season, the water will just dry up. Not even emptiness that is even our pain. Our pain when there's water that we are supposed to use, we will not be able to use it because it got contaminated at times.
This mining activity of Oaxaca has resulted into effluent, some chemical discharge from the mining site. This my community, Kwiba and Kwilapandi, are adjoining that Meganga as a community that they are into coal mining. The only source of their water is gotten from well.
Na ce ga wajen da ruwan yana fita ga da can nesil suna inda suna wanke abunan nasu suna famfon ruwa ga inda ruwan da yana zo yana fita ya bi ko riga da can sama daga nan yana fita yana shiga muna ruwan da muna sha so ka gani mu inda lokacin da sun famfo wallahi ba mu da dadin ruwan sha kai ma ka duba irin tobo nan da za su tura ruwa suna shiga muna ruwa mu sha kuma ba sun ki su ba mu famfo sun ce ba za su ba mu ruwan sha ba amma dai ga abun da suna yi muna don Allah da addu'a muna da don rahama don Allah mutane na sun fi karfin ba mu isa da su ba amma Allah ya isa da su ku yi ku kai addu'a la gwamnati a tamaka muna su ba mu ruwan sha.
The activities of coal mining in the Awo community had come to the attention of the state government, and we had sent in representatives to go and have a look at it and to provide solutions to that challenge. However, the extraction of coal has an effect on the environment, and one of the side effects is sometimes affects the water body. But we have taken as much steps as possible to ensure that due to production of energy, other natural resources are not affected.
For every megawatt per hour of electricity produced by coal thermoelectric power stations, over 50,000 gallons of water get withdrawn and consumed from our natural water resources and water bodies. The question therefore will be, can Nigeria afford a water crisis for her citizens of over 200 million and counting? Can we afford a massive depletion of our fresh water reserves for the creation of the much sought after power that has so long eluded us since our independence? Are we nearing an impending water crisis?
Coal is an interesting topic because of the coal potential we have in the country, in Kogi, Enugu, and parts of that middle belt area. So it's something that should have been explored. Actually, we had a coal power plant in Nigeria back in the 70s or 80s, and that was shut down because of air pollution. It's fearful to think that we'll enter doing more coal to power solutions because of the long run effects. While coal is bad, it's almost like, should we be doing that as a way, as a stopgap before we now get into renewables as a way to take off? But being in the industry, you realize that there's nothing like a stopgap. You need to pick one method and go through with it. Secondly, on the financial side, because solar is just this product that in the 90s, a lot of people brought into Nigeria, the trust, they brought in C-level or F-level equipment. So people would install solar panels today, tomorrow, they won't work. So most Nigerians don't believe solar works. The final issue is distribution. If I want a gen, I can make 2 phone calls and a gen will be in my house in the next 5 hours, right? Because that one's already known. I have 4 ACs. I know what I need. But with the solar panel, with a solar system, there's a bit more to it. Cool idea, sounds good. But I think if we could solve these 3 issues on the renewable side, especially on the solar side, we can move the country faster, because renewables is the quickest way to get small systems installed and going very quickly, rather than a cool system where you're still having to generate into the national grid and then hope for the power. But with renewables off grid, you can do very quick and captive power very quickly to get power to the people per se.
Global rights doesn't just pick out the issues. Global rights takes its time to look into the problems in the communities. It discusses these issues in its focus groups and goes further to proper solutions based on its solution lab techniques.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. That's the cue for the program to continue. So for those of us who are outside the hall, can we please start making our way in? I know there are a number of people who have gone to the exhibition stand to see what we have there. I would send a message so that everybody starts coming back into the hall for the program to continue. Have we all had something to nibble on? Tea break? Can I get a confirmation that everyone in the hall has had something to eat? Not everyone. I was told the same there, that they ran out of tea and snacks. But for those who don't have yet, I'm sure you got a card of this. Yeah. So you'll be excused and allowed to go out and grab something to bite once they return. They will send us a message and would allow those who have not had anything to eat or drink for tea break, go out and get something. But the good thing is lunch will be coming on the heel of the next segment that we have. So it will not be a delay. So for those who are outside, if you can hear me, please let's start coming back into the hall so that we get right into the next presentation. We'll be having a presentation around energy transition and extractive equity, looking at the opportunities and the threats for the West African region, particularly the mining host communities in the West African region. And it's going to be a 20-minute presentation. So I'm glad that at least 80% of the hall have had something to eat. You'll be alert and ready to listen. Can we please settle in? Just settle down. The program continues. Can we please go back to our seats? Madam, my eyes are on you. Let's go back to our seat and settle down, please, so that we can continue. To take us this presentation for 20 minutes, like I mentioned, on energy transition and extractive equity, opportunities and threats for West Africans mining host communities. Please let's welcome Kodzo Yautse, Policy Lead, Petroleum and Conventional Energy from the African Center for Energy Policy, for the presentation. Please put your hands together.
Hello.
All right. I was looking at the wrong gentleman for that.
Hello, I'm
Perhaps still at
joining.
the exhibition stand.
Hello, can you hear me?
We'll be joining virtually, Mr.
Yes.
Efosa? Virtually. All right. So yes, we can hear you now. You're welcome. Please appreciate him one more time. He joins us virtually.
Is my screen visible?
Presentation.
Hello, is my screen visible?
It is visible.
All right, thank you very much. I'm grateful to the organizers for the invitation. We also thank the technology to be able to join you virtually. So my presentation is on the extractive equity concerns that the energy transition is likely to pose to us, certain reflections that should guide the conversations that we are going to have over the next 2 days. So we're going to look quickly at the energy transition context and what it means for West Africa, opportunities for host communities, the threats to watch, the equity challenge, and then some ideas on making the transition just for mining communities. So when we look at the global context of energy transition, it gives us a picture of solar panels, wind turbines, electric vehicles, and all of those things, showing that we are moving towards greener energy sources within our energy mix. In the West African context, however, the dynamics are a bit different. Whilst that global picture is also present, there is the reality that the energy transition begins in our soil. In the bauxite fields of Guinea, manganese belts of Ghana, lithium deposits of Nigeria, among others. And this transition, because it is driving a demand for critical minerals, we are back to where everything starts, extraction as well. So whilst people are moving towards a picture of, green energy, we are still looking at extraction, which is the bedrock of the problems that we have seen over the years. And history has taught us, with gold, oil, and gas, that resource wealth does not automatically translate into broad-based development, especially when you look at the evidence around us where host communities are bearing the brunt of environmental degradation, displacement, inequitable benefit sharing that we see around. However, the transition creates an exciting and equally dangerous moment for countries because on the one side, the world's hunger for critical minerals gives us the opportunities for economic acceleration, including jobs, infrastructure, new markets. And on the other side, we face the risks of history repeating itself. History repeating itself in the sense that communities could once again shoulder the costs, pollution, displacement, and inequality, while the real benefits of the resource extraction flow elsewhere. So we are at the brink of resetting the clock on the mistakes that we've made in the past. But if we are not intentional and careful about it, then history will repeat itself. We've been given a chance to start afresh, as it were. So there's a key question that underline my presentation, and I hope that it will be something that will be reflected deeply upon as part of this convening, which is that will host communities benefit from the energy transition movement, or are we going to repeat the cycle of exclusion and inequity? And I hope that the reports or the communique after this convening would reflect that we have really thought about how this is going to pan out. In terms of opportunities for host community, and I'm sure earlier speakers would have highlighted this, so I'm not going to spend much time. We see that there is the opportunity for economic integration at the local level in terms of local supply chain development, jobs, skill development, and infrastructure, social benefits as well, improved access to energy, water, health, education through reinvestment of revenues, and also there's opportunity to use revenues to build resilience against climate change in terms of climate adaptation and resilience for communities. There are some threats that we have to watch. What is now beginning to emerge, especially if we don't watch how we tackle the issue of, for example, green minerals and critical minerals with much equity and intentionality. The opportunities that I just spoke about will definitely not materialize. There is the transition paradox that we are going to face, where green minerals that are supposed to signal a move away from fossil, right, to cleaner energy is going to produce brown outcomes for communities. So if we don't change how we have done the business of extraction over the years, then we are going to leave communities with the same outcomes that they faced with, traditional minerals that we've been mining for so long, including toxic waste, lost livelihoods, and a lot of broken promises of development. There is also the governance risks that could materialize where rents from critical minerals bypass the very communities that carry the heaviest burdens. If you look at the current map of extraction within Africa and even in the region, the communities that are host communities are often the poorest communities that you can find. Poor access, road access, infrastructure is non-existent. And you could even see a stark contrast between those communities and even the settlements that the mining companies make. You go to the settlement that the mining companies make and you see the roads are paved, they have schools for their kids within the enclave, and then you come to the community that is hosting that extractive process. You see that they are carrying the burden of even pollution and all of those things that happen. And then we also see that weak governance within the region is pushing us in a race to the bottom for investment, right? Where, because we say critical minerals, everybody is rushing to sign some extractive deal or one or the other, just to beat each other in getting the investment. And when that happens, the result is that we leave host communities with crumbs instead of real benefit because of the rush that we go through to get those deals signed. The social risks are also very prevalent. Inequality is going to widen, unemployment, conflict, and gender exclusion as well. So there is a real equity challenge that we have to pay attention to in terms of extractive equity, where we have to ensure that host communities receive a fair share of revenues and opportunities. Transparency, ensuring that contracts, the licensing process is open and communities are able to participate in the contracting process. The revenue flows are transparent, subnational transfers. We should be able to track it and ensure that when disbursements are made from the top, the communities actually receive the monies that are being made, and it's not audio transfers that are made to them. It's on paper, but on the ground, the money is not received. We have to also tighten community agreements, community development agreements with the mining companies to ensure that there is a direct fiduciary relationship between the mining companies and the communities that are hosting them. Now, in terms of participation, communities need a real voice in mining decisions. And it's instructive that the team around this convening is on FPIC. We have to build robust FPIC requirements because in other places where a community is very resolute that a certain project must not happen, the projects don't happen. But in our case, we just bulldoze away. The central government finds a way to convince communities and some leaders that, oh, it is going to bring us jobs and all of those things. And then they sign away the rights of communities to really participate in the decision making. We also need very inclusive environmental social impact assessments that gets communities to understand and appreciate what the impacts of those projects are, and also give their voice of what they think those impacts are. And even communities can help to design how resettlements, for example, should happen to ensure that nobody is left behind. In essence, we are asking that we do not need just revenue, but we need voice, we need participation, we need accountability. Then there's the issue of intergenerational justice, where revenues should invest in long-term opportunities. So we have to make sure that the extraction that is happening today will benefit the generation that is to come, because the resources are finite and the resources belong to all people in the countries that we all live in and come from. So, for example, if you look at Ghana, we have the Heritage Fund, which is supposed to provide some intergenerational equity from oil production to ensure that in the future, people who come up in the future would also have access to some resource revenues that are there. We are also using some to educate the next generation of Ghanaians. So those are things that we have to do to ensure that there is equity in terms of the generations that are in charge of the resources. Now, if you look at the Nigerian case, for example, where we've seen nascent lithium extraction, do you see that there are new opportunities that are presented within those communities? However, past oil experience in the Niger Delta is showing us what can happen when equity considerations are not on the table when decisions are being made. So you see a legacy of pollution, exclusion, and violent conflict. And these things are not too detached or too far away from happening again with the new minerals that we are forcefully trying to explore to support the transition. So it puts the communities in a state of fear of a new Niger Delta around lithium, unless, of course, we are able to remodel the governance frameworks to ensure that they are improved and they have significant considerations for communities that see environmental degradation. So how do we make the transition just for mining host communities? We need significant policy, revenue transparency, stronger environmental safeguards and compliance. So the ESIAs that companies do should not only be limited at the contracting stage. We should, along the implementation or the administration of abiding by those safeguards that they plan they are going to put in to ensure that we are not leaving people west of. We need to mining value chains. Now, what has been done over the years is, we'll provide jobs for people. But I mean, oftentimes the mining host communities, the people that are there, sometimes they don't find people to employ, or they could only employ as much. What is important is how do we build local businesses within to provide services, to provide goods to the mining companies to ensure that there is some value retention at the local level. There is also the challenge of what is local. We need to define what is local because within the current context, when we say local, then we say, for example, Ghanaian business is a local business, or a Nigerian registered business owned by Nigerians is a local business. But we also have to dig deeper to different strata of local. We have local businesses that are based in their host communities, and how do we empower them to be able to participate in the mining value chains to ensure that the income that comes from the business stays within the localities for development. Then the last point, revenue reinvestment. We have to make sure that we are not only interested in serving as the extractive point of the minerals into to support the transition, but we also have to be interested in participating in the economics of the transition. How do we insert ourselves nationally into the value chain of the transition to ensure that the minerals that are being extracted will lead to some development of renewable energy technology in country to serve communities? We need to direct also the revenues into community infrastructure and social programs for communities to benefit from. So to wrap up just quickly, because I know a lot of context have been set before my presentation, and a lot more conversations are going to happen. And this is just a quick reflection on what we should be paying attention to. Mining host communities in West Africa are going to be important to the energy transition because of the minerals that we have here that will be mined to support the transition. Equity must guide how opportunities and risks are managed. And it is important also to state that with the right governance, the transition can bring inclusive growth and resilience. Without it, we risk deepening inequality and repeating the past mistakes that we have spent considerable time to bemoan and complain about. Let's set the safeguards now to ensure that we have an inclusive future for resource governance in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It will help if I get the mic volume back. Hello? MTR guys, sound please. Thank you very much. Please let's appreciate him one more time. Mr. Kozo, maybe you just still hang on a bit because we have audience interaction, which would allow for a few questions, comments, and contribution just before we get into our breakout session. And we have just limited time for this. We have about, say, 10 minutes or thereabout. So you have to keep it short. You have to keep it brief. Are we getting that commitment? Hello? Thank you very much. I will take that as a yes. So do we have anyone with a contribution or comment you want to make from what was presented by him or even the previous one? Something we just want to touch on, talk about briefly. A show of hands would help. Let me see your hands up if you have, okay, I see a gentleman. I'm seeing it on the screen, so I don't know if it's on my left or my right. Are you on my left or my right? All right, on my left. We'll get the microphone to you in a bit. All right, Mr. Foster, please. Sound, please, for the microphone.
Thank you very much, the presenter. I'll take my question and comment straight to him. So I want him to please help us define this. You know, most times we are very good with words, equity, equality, these terminologies, but in reality, the structure doesn't align with our definition. So I would like him to help us to define the equity in context of Nigerian situation. What I mean by that is that Because from your definition I wrote, you say ensuring host community receive fair share and receive opportunities. At the current Nigerian framework, the local government, the local community does not have power, to manage the resources in their disposal. The federal government takes that decision. So how we know the CDAs, but we know the operationalization has always been not, transcending to what is on the table. So can you help us define? And I would have loved if we have the Ministry of Mineral Resources to protect, because the reality is that the ministry, the coordinating agencies that want to protect the communities are not really, responding to their duties. So what are the recommendations that we feel are doable, that can put the government on their toes to making sure that this definition that you are giving to us is real and practicable? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Kuzo has a question from you about equity, and the other is for the Ministry of Solid Minerals. I know I ran into a gentleman who says he's from the ministry, but not to represent the minister. I don't know if he's still here, and he would have something to say. But this session is also about intervention. So even if you don't have a direct question, there could be an intervention of some sort you want to come. Okay, ma'am. Madam there. Further down, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is E.A. Jonathan Ichabe. I work with displaced people and some of these communities, mining communities. So I think I really appreciate the point the speaker made about the early days of lithium extraction. And for many of our communities, at least for example, in the Middle Belt, this mining stuff is fairly new. Many people don't know. A lot of them are displaced. They fled to the cities. We don't even know what is happening. When we go in to do interventions, we've begun to see certain illnesses affecting people. There was one, we just saw the guy just jerking, like constantly. Wow. We had no idea what it was. I just took a pic. They sent a video. I sent it to my doctor. I said, have you ever seen any kind of condition like this? We didn't even know that there was mining happening in that community where he had been displaced from. And the doctor wrote back, this is a Lagos-based person. We don't have an idea what's happening there. Doctor just writes back and says, looks like a certain condition, possibly coming from lead poisoning. It's common in mining communities. I was like, this is in Benue now. I'm talking about Benue, Kwandi local government. So these are issues that are beginning to emerge. And we as stakeholders, civil society workers, whatever it is on the ground, we actually now have a duty, and also the government. I'm glad the traditional rulers are in the house, our royal fathers and royal mothers. And it's very critical that we begin to educate our people on some of the dangers of what's going on. But also, I hope that through this conference, we can actually go beyond the conference. It's on the table. We are beginning to set the agenda. But now begin to really look at how do we raise awareness about these issues, and how do we at the community level take ownership? Because if you're waiting for government, by the time these people come and displace you and mess up your environment, you're dead, you're gone, you're finished. We've seen this in the Niger Delta. And, with due respect to our government officials, and some of them are corrupt. I think someone had already even mentioned that. So they'll go to the company, go and collect one thing, doesn't get back to the community. So what lessons can we learn from those? Thank God there's some of our people from the Niger Delta. Perhaps they can share their own lessons so that we know what to do, what not to do.
All right.
My last question, sorry, ask if anyone has a case study of a community that has successfully worked with these companies and has made progress and is a positive case study, kindly share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other intervention? Okay, I see a gentleman there on my left. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to react to your question, man. You asked if a case study of where an intervention that from mining in that community has been a success. Through my course of as a consultant in the mining sector. I work with various communities, and I'll take my case from what we did in Bauchi, Alanigi, Tichi. We're there for team mining, and yes, we faced all these corrupt, bring this, bring that. But what we did was that we insisted that things that will be done for this community would come directly from the company, not through any government. We had our committee with the communities, and we ensure that every detail, every spelled out promise to the community was fulfilled. Balls, roads to be paid, primary schools to be. But my concern now is that, you see, in this community, we tried our possible best to create this basic primary, to revive it, so to speak. It's been there, but the buildings were more or less just there. They were not going to school, nobody, no teachers, nothing. We tried our possible best to bring back this this basic education as little as it was. But the response from the community was not encouraging. Despite our effort, we go inside their hoops like this. So you bring your child out, let them come to school. They prefer to go and do the little tin panning, and sell to us rather than going to. So and I have some pictures of my.
All right.
But it's a concern anyway, and I feel if the direct companies will do things directly, not through government or government agents, I think it will.
All right.
Better. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate all the efforts in your community. I don't see any other hands up, so I will find out from. Okay, I see one hand. Just before we get back to Mr. Kojo in front here, the front line by left, the madam.
Good afternoon. My name is Odi Lagi with the Network of University Legal Aid Institutions. I've been learning a lot since morning. One thing I wanted to maybe comment or ask or recommend, it can be any house, is there are a lot of things, and I think he said something about, running fast to catch up, more or less. And I was thinking in terms of also connecting with what he said, where the children don't want to go to school. They prefer to do this. Now, how do we retweak this into our curriculum? And I was actually mentioning to Madam Faith earlier on, our polytechnic and technical schools, is there a way to now start doing mining as a technical course so that our youth and young people get proper diploma and certificate, whether it's a 6-month program, a 1-year program, they get that. Also, that allows us to, have a way of identification of people. And I think that was mentioned where we don't know who is coming into our community. When you're a copper or an NYC holder enters a community, we can identify them. When somebody is coming to mind, where is your certificate? There's a form of educational program, all the way from the primary school to the polytechnic. That can incentivize the young people to go to school and get other education, knowing that there is some form of value chain attached to the mining and the
Identifying the regulatory gap. Kodzo, there was one or two that quickly.
Yes, thank you very much for the reflections and the comments as well as the questions. I'm particularly intrigued by the question on what equity means. For us, equity is on 3 levels. How do we ensure access to the benefits of the resource extraction? How do we ensure access to the economic opportunities that is existent within the value chain of resource extraction for everyone? And also, how do we ensure participation in the decision making in around resource extraction. Now, for that to happen, it has to happen at all levels. So I can admit that in Nigeria, you have certain difficulties with how constrained the local authorities are in ensuring that these equity considerations are met. But these decisions are equally made at the national level, the federal level, where these considerations will have to be reflected in it. Now, for comments around how do we ensure
Right. Okay, I can see that we're beginning. Mr. Kozo, if you can hear us, we're having a little delay in getting your response.
subnational transport.
Oh dear. All right. Technology sometimes does have its downtime. I think we're experiencing that at this moment. But please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Kozo for his session. It was brilliant. And for all the interventions and the questions that went his way. Thank you very much for that. We'll move on now to the breakout session. And I've been told that participants registered to join, different session. We have like 2 of them breakout that are going to happen concurrently in this hall and also the other adjacent hall there. The first one, breakout 1, is on navigating the green minerals rush, risk, responsibilities, and realities of West Africa's mining host community. And the second one is on free, prior, informed consent in practice, translating policy commitment into community realities. How many of you registered before now, indicating what session you want to be on? Okay. So seeing that the hands are not many up, we're going to redo it all over again and see who is going where. Who is interested in breakout 1, focusing on navigating the green mineral rush, risk, responsibilities, and realities for West African mining host communities? By show of hands, indicate if you want to be a part of the first one. Does not look like the eyes have it here with group 1. Okay, so for group 2, free, prior, informed consent in practice, translating policy commitment into community reality. Show of hands, please. All right. The second group is going to be packed. I can see that already. And well, it's a good thing I asked because I was going to send group 2 to that smaller hall. Now that I know that group 2 is going to be a little bit more, group 2 is going to stay here and group 1 will go to the adjacent hall where we had our tea break is where group 1 will go. And if you don't mind, just before we head out to the different groups, let me just mention the moderators for the groups. And the moderators will introduce the panelists when they get to the various groups. Amazing lineup of incredible panelists, but I will start up with the moderator for group 1, Lumun Amanda. I'm tempted to leave the second name out because it doesn't sound English, so I don't mispronounce. Fese, I hope I got it right. Co-facilitator, Nigerian Economic Summit Group, would be moderating that particular group. And just to give you a bit of the bio of our guest, if you don't mind, just before they head out to the group. Amanda is a public policy and governance strategist with nearly 30 years of experience shaping Nigeria's industry and natural resource sector. And as CEO of RBI Purse Advisory, she advises government investors, private institutions, philanthropic organizations, and development partners on how to unlock sustainable industrial growth. Her career spans from the World Bank, Nigerian Ministry of Solid Minerals, and the Bureau of Public Enterprises, where she delivered policy, governance, and investment strategies. And as co-facilitator at the Nigerian Economic Group, she actively champions Africa's resource-based industrialization agenda through cross-sectoral collaboration. Please put your hands together for her. She'll be moderating the Group 1 panel, and the Group 1 will be headed out to the adjacent hall there where we had our tea break. For Group 2, that will be seated here because the number is more, will be moderated by Dr. Aderomola Adiola, Director, Global Hub on Internal Displacement. She's a distinguished scholar, practitioner in international law, specializing in internal displacement, human rights, and migration policy. She serves as director of the Global Hub on Internal Displacement, bringing extensive expertise from both academic context and field level engagement. She holds LLM from Harvard Law School and a PhD in international law from the University of Pretoria. In addition to her scholarly contribution, Dr. Adiola has advised government and international bodies on legal protection and policy frameworks for internally displaced persons, helping to translate international and regional norms into more proactive democratic practice. Please put your hands together for Dr. Adiola. So breakout 2, you stay here, those who indicated they're part of it and who registered to be a part of it. Breakout 1, you go to the other hall where we had our tea break. And this session will go on for an hour, 1 hour. 1 hour, 10 minutes, I've been told. The extra 10 minutes to give you time to wrap up quickly. So your time starts now, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I've been told we're still finalizing the whole setting apparently. So okay, so are we all seated here going to be a part of breakout session 2? So while we're sorting out the hall and all of this arrangement is still going on, let's hear the thoughts of the coordinator of the Natural Justice Network for they call it formally. Have we sorted it? Oh, okay. Group 2 is here. Group 1 is outside the hall. Dr. Adiola, it's over to you at this point in time for Group 2.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and an absolute pleasure to be here with everyone, distinguished delegates and royal fathers and significant representatives from partners, ministries, and also heads of organizations. Very much a pleasure once more to be here. So in our panel, as had been introduced, we will be speaking about free, prior, and informed consent. And I'm pleased to be moderating this session for 2 reasons. First, because we have had a very robust conversation this morning around some of the pertinent challenges that are being faced across various host communities. And I think something that really resonates quite strongly from the conversations and the perspectives that have come up has been the fact that the challenges are quite quite across borders. So we're seeing this in many ways, not just within the context of our communities in Nigeria, but then also across West Africa and evidently across various parts of the world. And these are conversations that have a lot of pertinent focus around creating synergies in terms of what the response should be when we curate solutions to them. So without further ado, I'd just like to introduce our panelists, but just to mention that as we have this session, the idea would be for us to have conversations in the room. So I'd say that perhaps I'll be speaking quite less as much as and have our panelists speaking quite a lot, but then far beyond that, would like to have a very rich and robust conversation. So this would be very interactive in many ways, because the plan really is to move from policy to practice and bridge that rhetoric as we curate solutions to the problem. And so I'd like to introduce our panelists. And the first person I'd like to call up, if he's here, is Mr. Ali Robert Tanti. He's the Executive Director of the Center for Social Impact Studies in Ghana. Mr. Tanti, a round of applause as he comes up. Thank you, Mr. Tanti. And as he comes up, I'll just read his bio. He has over 15 years of experience as an activist in civil society. Mr. Tanti serves as the Executive Director of the Center for Social Impact Studies, as I had mentioned, in Ghana, where he has successfully implemented several initiatives to build the capacity of mining communities to engage mining companies and relevant stakeholders in a non-confrontational manner on key issues that affect them. And he began his career in Obuasi as a volunteer for the Center for Social Impact Studies and several other community-based organizations before transitioning to natural resource governance, reproductive health, youth development, social inclusion, climate change, small-scale mining, and human rights advocacy. He holds a Bachelor of Education in Counseling Psychology from the University of Education, Winneba, and a Masters of Public Health from the University of Ghana, the great University of Ghana. He has also undertaken several training courses, both home and abroad, and an absolute pleasure to have you here, Mr. Robert Tanti Halif, in this distinguished meeting. I'd like to also call up the next speaker, Mr. Kai Angele, who is the Executive Director of Friends of Lake Turkana in Kenya. Is he here? Oh, he'll be joining virtually. Okay, I'm told he'll be joining virtually. And maybe just to read up his bio, is the Kenyan environmentalist, indigenous rights advocate, and founder and executive director of Friends of Lake Turkana, a grassroots organization that is dedicated to achieving social, economic, and environmental justice in the Lake Turkana basin. Born in Kitale, she holds a bachelor degree in commerce from the University of Nairobi
Thank you very much.
Also discuss the consent to exit. You know, responsible exit is very key. And given the current investment, climate and the architecture in which we are operating, where Mr. President last year passed a presidential order on free entry and free exit. We're getting to a point where it is going to be really frowned at some point if you don't allow an investor to come in or to leave at the time they want to leave. So we need to continue iterating and reiterating the value of these concepts on entry and exit. Now, on the intersections between, or the conflict between the Land Use Act and the FPIC, I think that the jury is still out on this. A lot of civil society advocacy has been done. Community groups have said, look, the Land Use Act is actually destroying, whatever the communities, whatever potential the communities have to claim their right to agency. And the FPIC is about voice, it's about agency. So we need to deal with some of these fundamental norms for us to get into the kernel of FPIC. One is the constitutional provision, that cedes mineral rights, to the federal government. The other is those provisions in our Nigerian Minerals and Mining Act and the PIA that reinforce those, exclusive extractivist, provisions in the Constitution. These have to be dealt with fundamentally. Conclusively, I would like to say that FPIC is something that we do not have to just sit down in the room here to discuss. Yes, we can discuss it in policy spaces, but like Emily said, the biggest place where FPIC can be discussed is back there at the communities. And this is our challenge to bring rights back at the communities.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to the panelists for those excellent presentations and to everyone that has participated in this process. And on that note, I'd like to cede the floor to Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for them, the panelists, the moderator. As a matter of fact, for the both groups, because I know Group A, they're back in the hall. Please appreciate them also. Was it refreshing? Engaging conversations, yes?
I don't know. Okay, there's breakout.
I'm not hearing feedback. Oh, it was not engaging.
Just leave it then.
It was engaging. All right, so perhaps we'll call on the moderators. We'll give them, say, 5 minutes each to just do a quick summary of what each of the groups did. Because we're all not in the same hall, so we don't know what the other group did. So I will call on the moderators of the sections to just come out, and we'll give them 5 minutes each to just give us a quick recap and summary of some of the resolutions and discussions from the breakout session. I will start with the moderator for the first group, the breakout one. Lemon, Amanda. If you're here, please. Lemon Amanda Percy, co-facilitator, Nigerian Economic Summit Group. Please come and give us a summary. And while she's coming out, we would also have Dr. Adeola, Director of Global Hub on Internal Displacement Nigeria, to just warm up. It's even okay to just come sit here and then we'll not waste any time and just give a summary of it all. Amanda? Is this a curveball? You were not prepared for the summary? Is it coming as a surprise? All right, then please come forward. Yeah, we'll start with the breakout one. Breakout. Oh, 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. So for our breakout session, we had panelists two members of our panelists were from Nigeria, one from Ghana and another from Guinea. And what was quite striking is that although Nigeria is behind in terms of, it's not a mining destination, it doesn't have advanced mining as the other two countries and all the other mineral-rich countries in Nigeria, but the issues are the same. Governance is weak, and then regulatory enforcement is also a big challenge. And there's a huge ASM presence particularly in Ghana and Nigeria. And communities are left vulnerable, not just to the ASM community, to the ASM stakeholder group, but also to the former mining companies. So what we agreed was, because of the vulnerability of the communities to these organized and informal miners, as well as illegal miners, and also the interest of political actors in getting the value out of mining, particularly, as you know, the energy transition minerals are high value minerals. So there's this huge attention on these minerals as well as gold. And a lot of the people that are backing the galamseys in Ghana and the ASM or the illegal mining activities in Nigeria are, political, highly exposed political actors. So it makes it even more difficult to address the situation. But what we agreed was that it's important to empower the communities. And the best way to do that is to be proactive. So civil society, it's important to adopt a different approach to addressing this issue. Now, these governance issues in the sector pre-exist the energy transition rush, the rush for the energy transition minerals. And we're basically not prepared as a continent for this rush because we had these pre-existing governance issues. So how do we now take advantage of this rush to address these governance issues? That is a big challenge. And the general theme or acceptance in the room was that there's a need to be very proactive in how we support the communities. And something we came up with at the end is that it's important that civil society, when they go into these communities, to prepare them for mining, they should not go alone, but go as a consortium of NGOs and civil society, helping these communities to build their livelihoods and to generate revenues even before mining takes place, so that they are also not swayed by the allurements or the allures from mining. And also, so in this case, that means that a civil society that's focused on mining goes into a community with civil society and NGOs on education, those handling livelihoods, revenue generation, education and health. So empower the communities to have, a high quality of life, so that, and then help them to also understand mining and negotiate better when the communities, the companies come into the community. And there's also that general acceptance of the importance of the CDAs, the ways the communities are exposed and vulnerable to companies right from the consent, even to the ESIA process and during the CDA process, that there's an urgent need to change that approach to reduce that vulnerability of the communities. And what we agreed that it was important to do was communities should not be left alone to negotiate with companies and even with the artisanal miners that come into the communities. It's important that you have the federal, the state, the local government officials, as well as the communities and the civil society, all working together to support the communities in even granting the consent to companies, and also during the ESIA process, and also negotiating the CDA process. And then if you come down to Nigeria, I'm not sure if you're all aware that in Nigeria, the companies, so if a company starts exploration, it gets the mining lease, then the requirement is that the company should complete the ESIA and then negotiate and sign the CDA, and then it can start mining. But how do you take power away from someone that already has power? The company already has a mining lease, which is what it's, and I think that's very important that when we're amending the mining law in Nigeria, that we shift the process of the ESIA and the CDA from that should be a requirement to get the mining lease. It shouldn't be a requirement to start mining. The law says you have the mining lease before you start mining. Yes, that's what the law says. Before you start mining, so you finished exploration, you have the mining lease. Then before you start mining, you should have completed the ESIA and negotiated the CDA before you get the approval to start mining. But how do you take power away from someone who already has power? So that should be a requirement for obtaining the mining lease in the first place. Thank you very much.
Please, let's appreciate the moderator of breakout session 1 for that summary. Please, you have an idea of what was discussed there for those who are in the session 2. Lumen Amanda Fesi, thank you very much. Let's call on Dr. Adiola for her own summary. 5 minutes also.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Please, before I begin, I would like us to just have a round of applause for every person who was part of Group 2. I did not know, and I think I should have been forewarned by the moderator, that Group 2 was going to be filled with professors, because we had such a robust discussion that it was practically impossible, if I were to say that, for us to have all that conversation in the time allotted. And I think these are issues that will still come up for the rest of the day. But I'd just like to give a quick recap of some of the pertinent points that were made by members of the group. So I'd say there are about 7 points, although there were more than this. But one of the pertinent points that was made by the group is that we need to rethink and really begin to consider how to make FPIC culturally and communal wise appropriate in terms of the practice of it. That's a very key element moving from policy to practice. The fact that we need to break down each of these elements and see how, from a policy perspective, they are also being used or weaponized against communities and address those. For instance, time for actually consulting with communities. If we say we consult communities in 30 days, that's too short a time to actually get something very pragmatic. The second point that was made was that we need to be proactive around artisanal mining and really address that. The third point that was made was that we need to address accountability challenges. So for instance, there was a point raised around the fact that we often see the weaponization of law enforcement against communities, and that has to stop because, again, that goes against the fundamental core of our social contract as a nation. But far beyond that, it also goes against our practice as a responsible country where we abide by law and order and protect citizens. The other point that was made was that we need to take inclusion very seriously. I think the point came out around the need to ensure that we cater for various groups of women, children, persons with disabilities, and also older persons as we construct the roadmap on FPIC structurally and also in terms of legal reform moving to practice. Another pertinent point that came up was that we need to view FPIC as a process. I think that really came out also from the pertinent point made by every one of us, that even when people have said yes, if the agreements that upon which they have said yes are not being honored, then they should have the right to say no. And so FPIC has to be seen as a process and not just a one-off. Another point that was raised was that we need legal reform, starting with our constitution that reinforces the notion of eminent domain that is skewed against communities, that we need to ensure that we reform our laws to really take care of communities and have a community-based approach. The other point that was made is that we need to reframe, or rather rethink the site of FPIC. So in terms of where we seek free, prior, informed consent, we need to move it from, for instance, fancy hotels in Abuja and really go into the communities and speak with people on whose lands mining activities are sought to be implemented. So this is just some of the points that was raised and given the time frame by members of our group. But once again, please, I would like us to just have a round of applause for the professors in that group because they were absolutely fantastic. And even I felt as though I was just here learning as we were all speaking together. Thank you so much. Over to you, Madam Moderator.
Yes, you did great with it. Thank you very much. Please put hands together for Dr. Adeola there. Group session 2. And what a day, impactful, amazing conversation all day. And the good thing is it doesn't end today. We still have day 2 and day 3 to go and cover other aspects of what the theme about this conference is really. But for today, before you start to get tired, we decided to wrap it up for the day. We have lunch ready. So on our way out, you get a lunch meal ticket and you'll be pointed in the direction of where you're going to get lunch for. So I'm sure you're all relieved that we're wrapping up now, Abby. I love the fact that nobody's pretending about that. All right, but just to wrap it up nicely, I would call on Mr. Habibo Abubakar Wushishi from the Federation of Nigerian Mining Host Communities to just do a wrap up of day 1 and we'll close it for today. Is Mr. Wushishi here? All right, sir. So it would help us wrap up the day nicely and we'll close it for today. Don't forget on your way out, make sure you get a meal ticket and grab lunch on your way out. Please put your hands together for him.
Yes, if you don't put your hands properly for me, you will not get the meal ticket. So honestly, today has been very good. We have discussed so much, and I think we've learned a lot. We sincerely thank you all for the discussions and, of course, sharing the experiences we had. And I believe this has given us further knowledge on how to protect our communities. To all of you who sat here patiently and listened to all we said, we appreciate you so much. And we hope you will have a very good night rest. And tomorrow by 9 o'clock, we again gather here to continue what we are here for. Thank you so much, and God bless us all.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we'll call it a day. And don't forget to get your meal ticket. And it's important that you come with your tag tomorrow. Please come with the tag, the delegate tag you have on. Come with it tomorrow, okay? Enjoy the rest of your day and see you bright and early, 9 a.m. tomorrow.
I was among those that came late. We produced 200. Oh. For like 1,720. Oh. Oh, yeah. But they came to me and see so they get their finished. And they still have wow. Still 70 people for.
Whoa. So I guess the confusion will happen for
then
to more people.
Bring in other 80 or other 50 now.
I noticed it.
We're not having about 300 in the fall.
Wow. More than planned for.
For example, the Ministry of the city don't have authority to speak.
Yeah.
But the minister asked them.
The delegate
Yeah, but they didn't say they should speak. You to speak for him. But in fact, 9 of them
came here. Yeah, I met one of the gentleman, and he said,
how they just pass like that. The 80, we expected to keep the person to come with him. The 80 that was inside the hallway, he left.
Whoa. So what happens? Can she show up tomorrow with or without the card?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. We're good. We're good. If you have any issue, come to me. You'll be fine.